7 o'clock, and I'm happy to announce the City Council work session for April 26, 2022. I am Mayor Parks. At this time, we have roll call. Vice Mayor Easton.
I'm present.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, you have very bad reception. We can barely hear anything you're saying.
It's lag. It's really hard to hear.
Madam Mayor, go ahead and while you fix your audio, we're going to go ahead with the roll call. Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Carroll.
Present.
Councilmember Hood.
Present.
Councilmember Hopkins.
Present.
Councilmember Bell.
Present.
Okay, so we have everybody. Madam Mayor, go ahead. Fortunately, still having issues, Madam Mayor.
You think maybe Vice Mayor also can do it until the audio is fixed?
I can start. Go ahead and start. Let me get the agenda. All right. So while Madam Mayor is getting her audio fixed, I'll just go ahead and read you our work session and resident comment policy. Any member of the public may address questions or comments to the City Council referring only agenda items after the mayor and the council have had the opportunity to discuss each agenda item. Each attendee will be allowed 3 minutes for comments. We have a few presentations today and administrative business. We're going to start with the first administrative business, which is the DeKalb County Regional Land Bank, and I refer our city manager to present this. Thank you.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Shawana.
It's a sound difficulty day,
Yeah.
apparently.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you hear me
did.
now?
Yes.
Yes.
There were several discussions with previous administrations that showed an interest in participating in the land bank. And we have Mr. Alan Mitchell. He's here with the Department of Community Development from DeKalb County to give us a little update on the DeKalb County Land Bank. Mr. Mitchell?
Good evening. Good evening, City Councilman and citizens and the mayor, of course, and also Shawana. I think I have screen access, so I'll start with a presentation. Let me get it up. And so, can you acknowledge that you can see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, what I'll do and please interrupt me if you have questions along the way or toward the bitter end. If you have questions, I can answer those. And I'll try to go through this. I'm a fast talker, so if you slow me down a bit, if you find that I say something you don't understand or something that I went through too quickly, just raise your hand. And if you want to keep me honest, because I can't see everybody when I go through the charts, let me know what's going on. So, by way of introduction, we currently have a land bank up and running in DeKalb County. We've had 4 meetings so far. We have a total of 5 members. The city we have an agreement with is the city of Lithonia. So what I'm going to share with you today is a presentation we gave back some time ago to the city of Lithonia, and they agreed by passing a resolution to join the DeKalb Regional Land Bank. And in this presentation, you're going to see references to the city of Clarkston because we had originally got a resolution from you agreeing to join, but we changed the provisions of the land bank with the DeKalb County Commissioners had to come back and get some agreements with, I think Gomez was there at the time as the city manager, but we never got a chance to follow through to have you pass another resolution to join the land bank. So the state law requires you to have at least one city. Years ago, when we had the first land bank, it was with the city of Decatur. And after about 4 years, they withdrew. with a lack of interest. So therefore, the land bank became defunct. We've since had to reactivate the land bank. It was approved 2 years ago by the board, but we had trouble trying to get board members. But today, I can happy to say that we have a total of 5 board members with the city of Lithonia, and we're up and running. And we've had, again, a 4th meeting. So that's the preamble before I go through these charts. So the next chart is going to be basically, I'm going to cover what I view as being Land Bank 101. So some of you might have PhDs in land bank, others might have just an awareness knowledge of land banks. But this presentation is to cover someone in the middle, giving you a sense of what goes on with Land Banks 101. And if you already know some of this stuff, I apologize, but most people don't understand land bank law. So I'm being safe to say that we have a small percentage of people that understand land banks. But if you understand land banks thoroughly, please forgive me for giving you too much detail. So the next chart is going to be basically what is I hope I can control the screen a little bit better. It's what is a land bank. A land bank is this is a PDF file I'm shipping you. It's not a PowerPoint. Therefore, I'm going to have some difficulty going through the charts, but I'll get the bulk of them on the screen. The land bank is a special purpose government entity that focuses on conversion of vacant, abandoned, and tax delinquent foreclosed properties. So the whole objective is to get properties that are in atrophy, putting them back on the tax rolls. There are 170 land banks nationwide. There might have been a couple added since then. Over 70% were established in 2008. Over 80% exist pursuant to a comprehensive state enabling legislation. So Frank Alexander, who's from DeKalb County, was the guru or the orchestra of land banks. He's from Emory University. And so what he's been able to do is help entities across the nation to establish land banks. So believe it or not, right here in DeKalb County, the genesis of land banks started and has been propagated throughout the United States. So, but Michigan, New York, and Ohio and Georgia have the greatest amount of land banks that are in place. So we have the option of getting the 2 lists from Frank when need be. Georgia land banks. Let me see if I can minimize this a bit. So land banks here, the county, you need at least 1 county in the city to put in a land bank. Normally you need 5 to 11 members. The current land bank in DeKalb County has 5 members. It's 4 from the county and 1 from the city. And there are many sources of funding land banks. One of the difficulties we had in the first land bank is source of funding. So we've since been able to fund our land bank with the general fund allocation. So we have, you'll see later on, almost $500,000 of funding already appropriated to the land bank. So we don't have a funding problem as we had in the past. There are activities that are key powers of land bank, or that you can acquire properties by donation and local government transfers or market acquisitions, which means that the tax commissioner can actually transfer properties to us, or any properties in your city can be transferred to the land bank. That's all it takes is an agreement with the governing body to be able to do that. So that's a provision that works very well. The next item would be we can acquire properties at tax sales utilizing what's called a credit bid. So a land bank based on state law can show up at a tax sale on the courthouse steps and not have to bring cash, but we can use what's called a credit bid to buy properties that have been knocked down that no one wants to buy. So we can actually pledge with the state law and get properties without having to come up with cash. And so that's a great advantage for land banks to be able to pick things up. You can get rid of taxes. Believe it or not, we can write a letter to the tax commissioner extinguishing taxes on any property in the state of Georgia, or in this case in DeKalb County, that for various reasons. You wouldn't just extinguish taxes, but you have an option to do that. If there are properties that have arrears in taxes, they can be wiped clean with the act of a land bank. So you write a letter to the tax commissioner and the tax indebtedness can be removed. So it means that you have properties that are not moving or have issues in the city of Clarkston, you can extinguish those taxes and put them to the land bank. and the titles will be clear. So you can wipe them clean effectively, pushing things to the land bank. You can also park taxes in the land bank, and they don't have to pay taxes during the period of being in the land bank for a number of years. Nonprofits tend to do that for assemblages of land, and they stay there for a while. There are no taxes. Or for-profit individuals can put donations in the land bank, and they stay there. When they come out, they have title free, no clouds on the title, and all the taxes are paid. And the objective here is return properties to productive use with flexibility. The law allows us to recapture taxes from properties put back on the tax rolls for the first 3 to 4 years when they come back. In other words, you put a house back on the tax rolls, so the non-school taxes are payable to the land bank, excluding 25%. So 75% of the taxes on the property, excluding sales, the school taxes, can be given to the land bank for properties that we effectively put back on the tax rolls, which is that's in the state law. Most people aren't aware of that. So let me go one step further. Land bank board structure. You can be an elected official to be on the board. You can also be in school districts. You can be a nonprofit representative, a business community representative, or any other individual considered appropriate by the board to be on the land bank. So we have an elected official in our current land bank. Irvin Johnson is the tax commissioner, whom you all know and love because he collects your taxes, but he's on the land bank board. So one of the key things in the land bank, if you get the tax commissioner on your board, gives you great flexibility. So I was successful in being able to get the tax commissioner to be voted upon by the board of commissioners, and he accepted a position as a board member on the land bank board, which is a good thing. Georgia land banks at a glance, counties with land banks are 23. As you know, we have 150 counties in the state of Georgia, but 23 of them have land banks. Cities and towns served by land banks, about 30. There are a lot of neighborhoods served. Properties returned to productive use since 2012, over 500. The current inventory of Georgia land banks is about 1,200 parcels. You have a lot of affordable housing components regarding it. And y'all have a lot of board members that serve on a volunteer basis in the land bank, which helps us out a lot because you obviously don't get paid to be a board member in the land bank. The benefits of a land bank, again, to summarize, is an effective tool for stabilizing neighborhoods. There are a lot of large properties, foreclosed properties, things that we're not happy about, that you can put into the land bank and subsequently sell them after they've been rehabbed, or sell them to individuals that will rehab them. It allows local governments to overcome barriers that inhibit redevelopment. If you're trying to redevelop an area and there's a problem, those properties can be put in the land bank, they can be cleaned up or sold to someone, and they can be disposed of. And again, the taxes can be extinguished or things that are outstanding on those properties. And then they can also be part of a comprehensive redevelopment strategy. And that's a key factor. Local governments can either pursue expanding affordable housing, because the three things about a land bank is that they do affordable housing, they actually do economic development, and they get rid of blight. So blight, economic development, and affordable housing. Those are the three major factors for a land bank to be able to put properties back on the tax market. Each land bank does, the percentages vary in terms of which ones do more affordable housing versus blight versus economic development. It's going to vary depending on where your land bank might be in the United States. Again, I said earlier, they can hold properties for future affordable housing, thus enabling local governments to curb negative effects on gentrification. Land banks can acquire property. You can donate property to the land bank as a tax write-off. Direct marketing purchases. You can purchase property. You can lease property. There are a number of things you can do. Land banks can dispose of properties, convey them to anyone we choose to at your own discretion. And it does benefit the affordable housing stock in the event that you convert vacant lots to individuals that need them for the purpose of building another home. So there are so many different options you can get. What are eligible land bank properties obtained through tax sale, conveyed by the county? We can do that. We have surplus properties with the county. We have properties that have tax liens on them. All those can go right to the land bank. You can be donated by owners, or you can actually buy something on the open market at a negotiated price. We can go out and acquire properties that others cannot buy by being in the land bank. Let me go back and skip a couple of charts. Sorry about that. Some examples, success stories. A Rome, Florida land bank. In the last 24 months, a Rome land bank acquired 90 vacant tax foreclosed properties and sold 83 of them to responsible private and nonprofit entities. Those gentlemen work in the land bank, obviously. Success stories with Albany, Doggery land banks. They purchased employee center programs, and there's some neighbor purchase disaster recovery programs they did, and they are noted amongst the land banks as being successful. The closest one is going to be Fulton, Atlanta. Chris Norman is the gentleman photographed there in the photographs. He's from the city of Atlanta. He's become the president of the regional land banks in the area. So all the land banks in Georgia get together, but he's become the president of the local land bank area. So we have a lot of guidance from him. He's come to my office many times to explain land banks. He's been in this job probably 15, 20 years. They've been around, he's been around for a long time. But basically, they had $7.6 million in assessed property values returned to the tax rolls by properties that they acquired and sold. He's done a lot with NSP. Some of you might know what that is, Neighborhood Stabilization Program. But more importantly, $1.6 million in private investments leveraging since 2012. And he had $500,000 in newly generated annual tax revenues. He's got some specific awards for things he's done. But he's the gentleman in the bottom bottom right photo to the left with the glasses on, Chris Norman. One of the other things we did recently was to take a look at what we call success stories. And we did this analysis to pick the method for running the land bank. And what we came up with was essentially Fulton, Clayton, Augusta, and also Savannah. So I'll focus on the first three. The best practices, all these examples of things that land banks have done within the counties, significant things they've done, their goals that they have in place, which is basically the three goals that I said earlier. They have success stories, which some of them were alluded to, and the challenges of fundamentally staffing or funding is always a problem. And the board compositions vary from 5 up to 11 or 12. The example we used was Clayton, where we fell in love with the law firm that runs Clayton's land bank. And Clayton has 9 board members, 3 county people, and 6 cities. So as you know, in Fulton County, they have quite a few cities, but in Clayton County, there are actually a total of 6 cities that are part of the land bank. You need at least 1 county and 1 city, but in that particular county, they've had they've vigor to put 6 cities into the land bank, and it's been very successful. And the funding sources vary in terms of how people get money. So next chart's going to be resources. If you're curious about land banking to understand more about it, here's some resources. I can send you these charts if you choose to. Land banks throughout the United States. There's a resource component. There are web links to get these documents that are out there from the public domain to teach you about land banking if you want to know them. But I can give you a copy of these charts to let you know, get access to these if you choose to want to read them. In terms of funding, as I mentioned earlier, we've got $550,000 of funding from the land bank. The budget that we put in place, in essence, goes like this. We picked the one to the right. We did consider doing in-house budgeting. We went to Fulton County to ask them to run our land bank, but then you chose to not do that, but using a law firm, and that ended up having us having a lower expenditure to run the land bank. So the budget is going to be around $300,000, which gives us about $200,000 in surplus funds starting off with, which is a good way to do it. The last 2 charts I have on land bank would be a copy of the IGA. We have an IGA with the city of Lithonia, which is displayed here. Let me get it up. This is a copy of it between DeKalb County and the city of Lithonia. And then the last chart is going to be here, which is essentially, we came up with these provisions after you had signed the resolution the last time. And they were that the number of board members would be 5 to 11. We had 2 provisions that affected the modification of your resolution that you signed previously. One was that the lawn maintenance of real estate properties within the city. We felt that any properties in the land bank that resided in the city of Clarkston, the city of Lithonia, that the city would have to maintain those properties and not the land bank, not unincorporated DeKalb. And also we came up with a provision which says that in-kind donations, each city had to come up with some donation of in-kind resources, usage facility, telephone, copiers, whatever you want to do to have a non-cash in-kind contribution. And that was a proviso that was put into the IGA, which says if you join you'd have to come up with some non-cash contributions. And the last point we made was that the city of Clarkston will be added in January of 2020. Excuse me, well, that was a long time ago. Because at the time, we thought Gomez was going to come back to the council to get approval, and that you got the first one. So that's it. So that's what we actually presented to the city of Lithonia. Their council voted upon and approved that, and we've since had a relationship with them. But so we're back trying to share these charts with you to see whether you'd be willing to consider joining the DeKalb Regional Land Bank. The act does not take the Board of Commissioners approval. It takes only the existing board for the land bank to vote, and also requires a resolution from the city council, from the city that is joining to join. And you'd get one member to be on the board, like the city of Lithonia would be, and then the county would add one additional member as well. So because the county wants to have a majority ruling on the board. So that's sort of it in terms of land banking. Now I can leave the charts up, or I can just stop sharing and open it up for questions. Let me just take it down. Okay. So before I go to the next presentation, I'll leave it at that if I have questions. Oh, go right ahead.
Is the mayor back? I just want to check first. Mayor Burks, are you back? Can't hear you. Okay, I think she's still having difficulty. So in the meantime, we're gonna go ahead and get in questions or comments from the council first. And I just have a quick question for you, sir. The first question is, knowing that the city of Clarkston is extremely small and we don't really have much surplus land, or even abandoned properties in our city are non-existent. So what benefits would you think for small cities like Clarkston? And the second question, which is similar to it, related to it, is how come there's not a lot of cities and counties? I mean, we got 159 counties, but out of which only 23 are participating, and we have so many other cities. And I'm just curious why cities and municipalities are not interested in joining in DeKalb County. We got about 12 cities, but out of which we got only one city right now. So I'm just curious, why is that?
I can answer the second one first. It's land banking is, first of all, it's a complex transaction. Second of all, you need to have a knowledge of creativity in real estate. It's really like a real estate company, and most people are not proficient in real estate transactions. I don't know if you buy and sell houses a lot and flip. I wouldn't use the term flip. Flip is a negative term, but convey properties and do various things with them. So it's very complex in terms of the tax component of the law. And so it's not something that people embrace very quickly. If you had, give me an example how you can use a land bank, and most people scratch their heads and say, well, I really don't know how to use a land bank. So the idea is that it's very complex. So first problem. And second of all, a lot of counties are not in a posture where they need to have removal of blight because they don't have blight in their areas. So so if you have a lot of blight, this is one way to get rid of blight. If you try to do economic development, most counties, in certain cases, have other ways to do economic development because people want to live in the areas, and the property values are very high, and the market is booming, and the properties are going at high values. So you got that going on. Then affordable housing. A lot of individuals are not in the affordable housing because the housing is more like workforce housing or market rate housing. So they don't focus that much on affordable housing. So when you look at those three things, for example, Northern Fulton, like Sandy Springs, would not have a need to have a land bank because all the properties are high value. They don't have blight, and the average medium house prices there are probably $500,000-$600,000. So when you go back and look at your community and say, well, what's my profile? What's my dynamic? So do I really need a catalyst, a tool to move distressed properties? Well, if you don't have that dynamic, then you don't need a land bank. So as you look around and look at the preponderance of counties, some of them don't have a need to do that. So in unincorporated DeKalb County, I know that we have 140,000 parcels. Why do I know that? Because I've taken a photograph of every parcel in unincorporated DeKalb. I did that because we're trying to do a blight survey to find out where our blight is, because I demolish houses. So I know how big the problem is in DeKalb County. I know every property in DeKalb County with a photograph, 100 megapixel, as to what's atrophy. Those are burned, those are compromised, those that have high weeds, things like that need abandoned, because I'm all about making DeKalb a better place to stay with remediation of blight. So we have a lot of blight in DeKalb, and I have the top 500, 300, 400 properties where I know exactly where they're going to be with code enforcement to take care of these properties. And then after you demolish these, there's a way to get them in the land bank and sell them to someone to build a home on them. So we can actually foreclose on the property I've abandoned and put it back on the tax roll. But I know where they are. So if you have that knowledge, then you can move on things. So if you get back to affordable housing, we have a housing problem in DeKalb County where there's not enough affordable housing. So anything we put back on the market can avail people with a cost burden to build affordable housing. DeKalb has more apartment complex in any place in the state of Georgia. All 150 counties, no one has as many apartment complexes as DeKalb County. So some of them are in atrophy. So some of those can be donated or repositioned to be better. So as you look at the profile of the county, then you can see why we have a need to have a land bank. If you get to a city, all you can do is take a small microcosm of what I just said and say, do you have problems with properties? Are all your properties in the city of Clarkston pristine? Are they of high value? And do you have any issues? And there are no delinquent tax properties in the city of Clarkston. If that's the case, then it probably it's not going to fit for you. If you say that you have zero issues in Clarkston with property and real estate, then I would say fine. But that's normally not the case. You're always going to find properties, vacant land, things like that could be taken care of. You have vacant lots that people own that are just sitting there growing weeds that you could actually sell to people at a market value to have someone increase the value of their land and also expand the capacity of their land. There's so many things you can do with properties. You can have developments that can come to Clarkston that can buy things. You can sell land and they can park it in the land bank free and then develop properties. So there's just about 30 things you can do with land banking. You can also get into judicial and non-judicial foreclosures. We can foreclose upon things very easily. And if you know the difference between judicial and non-judicial foreclosure, I can explain it, but those are key tools you can use to implement land banking by having the right law firm to be able to take advantage of properties to foreclose upon them if you have outstanding taxes. So I could go on, but there's just so many things you have to do to take your profile and look at what other people do and see whether you have problems. So I don't know the demographics of Clarkston to tell you what the state of your property values are, the age of your real estate, and the conditions of it, but you would know better than I to see whether you need help. And whether you need to get more properties on your tax rolls, or do you have properties that you don't feel good about? Long-winded answer, but that's kind of the answer to the last question. I think I covered both questions. You want to know why would someone join, and also why do people not join the land bank? And I gave an answer because most of them don't have a need for like Decatur didn't have a need for the land bank. You might say, well, here's a good example. The city of Decatur said that we don't really need a land bank, because we don't have any property with property. All our property is taken care of. Our medium house prices have gone up very high. There's very little vacant land, and everyone there is retrofitting and rehabbing houses. There's no vacant land, and every parcel is sold within 2 days in the city of Decatur. There's no vacant property sitting on the market, and they have a great, and schools there are very great, and people move to Decatur. They fight over houses to buy them because they want someone to get in the school system. So they don't really have problems. So they said, we don't have a need for a land bank because our properties are in a state where they're pristine, everything's great. That's their position. So they said, we're going to withdraw from the land bank because there's really no use for the city of Decatur. So I couldn't argue with them because they had a good point. Even the superintendent for the city of Decatur could not afford a house in the city of Decatur. He had a couple kids, 4 kids. He could not buy a home with his income to live in the city of Decatur. So yeah, the superintendent of schools of the city of Decatur could not afford a home in his own city. And that's a true story.
Thank you, sir.
Vice
Thank
Mayor,
you.
can you hear me now?
Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay,
I
perfect.
just want to let you know Susan Hood is first, and then Councilmember Hopkins.
Okay.
Who was that?
I
So
say
Councilwoman
first
Hood?
to
Mayor, go
Councilmember Hood.
ahead. I'm fine. I can wait.
Okay. Vice Mayor Yasi, who did you say was first? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Hood was first, and then Councilmember
Okay.
Hopkins.
Okay, perfect. Councilwoman Hood, did you still want to wait?
Yes, I will wait.
Okay, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I just would like to get Mr. Quinn's back up on this, but I do think that the land bank issue did come before the council in the last year, and we talked about it and decided that we did not have a lot to benefit from this. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that we went over this.
You are absolutely correct, Councilwoman Hopkins. Initially, we had some questions that we deferred to the DeKalb legal department. We didn't get a response back. Then I had Mr. Quinn to follow up, and he can tell us what happened from that point. Mr. Quinn?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this was, I guess, in 2019, and the concern that the City Council had was related to the provision where DeKalb will always have a majority in the land bank. And so the specific concern was that if we joined the land bank, then the land bank could decide to acquire property in Clarkston, which would then make it non-taxable. And with DeKalb always having a majority, the way the board's set up, the concern was that the city of Clarkston wouldn't have a fair say in that. So I talked about that with the law department, and they agreed, or they proposed a solution, which was to give the city of Clarkston, but I think more broadly, any city that participates, essentially a veto over property acquisitions within the municipal boundaries. And honestly, you know, it's been 3 years and I can't remember, you know, what happened in terms of how it never came to a final vote. Obviously the pandemic happened, but so, and we have a new council now, and y'all are certainly entitled to make your own decisions about it. But that's what happened in 2019, the concern that Clarkston had and the solution that the county proposed, which I think fairly addressed that particular concern.
Right. And
Okay,
Mr. Quinn,
I can speak to that.
you can speak to that? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes. So the logic on the part of the county commission is as to having the majority vote. I just showed you Clarkston, not Clarkston, but Clayton County. They have 6 cities, and the only 3 from the city from the county. So the cities have the majority in Clayton. So the county wanted to have the majority because they are putting in the funds. If you look at the funding, we're not requesting that the cities appropriate funding because some of the cities don't have not that wealthy. They have funding, but they don't have, we allocate your funds, you don't have enough to put into a land bank. So if the county is going to put in $500,000 in the land bank, and then the cities are putting in $0, there are a couple of commissioners that voted upon this in the DeKalb County that said that if we're going to put in all the money, we need to have a majority on the board. That was their logic. I mean, I'm not a commissioner, obviously, so I'm making proposals. They said, well, this thing has always been that the county has a majority vote because the county is putting a majority of the funding. That's one response. The second response is that you really can't convey properties or do something with properties in the city unless, at a minimum, the person from the city votes upon it. And that's to Mr. Quinn's point that you can't just ramrod things in a different city without the participation from the representative from that particular city. In other words, other people can't vote on something without the representation from the city to agree or not agree with something. And then the third component was that the school board, because when you have property in DeKalb County, you use DeKalb County schools, of course, you don't have your own school system like the city of Decatur does. You can't do something without the help of the school board representative because we have to get a representative on the school board to participate on the board. not as a member, but be advised to make sure that the school is okay with extinguishing of taxes. Because when you extinguish taxes, you're wiping out school, city taxes as well as school taxes as well. So you must have the cooperation from the school board to be able to do things. So there's an overriding proviso amongst the board members to make sure that the cities are protected. So that's the logic. But the investment though is very important because cities are being invited, but they aren't asked to put any cash contributions in. If you notice, I said non-cash contributions. You can donate the use of your conference room at City Hall for 2 or 3 meetings and that'll be it. That's all you have to put in. You don't have to write in checks, stroke any checks to do anything. So therefore you get the benefit of properties in your city, but you don't have an investment. It's not affecting your tax rolls. So those are some responses to concerns you might have. That goes back to what Mr. Quinn addressed earlier.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Thank you. That helps. And so, Councilwoman Hood.
Thank you. Alan, you mentioned that when the property is acquired through a land bank, the property taxes, any arrears, all of that is wiped out. What about other liens? You know, federal liens, materialman liens, anything like that. Do those have to be paid off in order to get clear title?
Well, the majority of the liens are going to be tax liens, but when you can cleanse a property, I use the term cleanse a property when it goes to the land bank and give a clear title on the back end. So if something goes through, you can clean out mechanics liens, all the liens that are on the property, and it passes through. If you pass it through the land bank, when it gets to the backside of it, it's clean, which says that it gives that property a great market value by doing that. You might have properties in the city that in that status where you push them to the land bank, or you can park them in the land bank and they'll pay taxes on them for a number of years. You can so you can't do perpetuity, but you can put them in the land bank. Any building, whether it be for profit, commercial, residential, any property can be put in the land bank. If the land bank agrees to take it for a reason, of course, it can park there and you don't have to pay taxes. And the tax commissioner will not charge you taxes while the property is in the land bank. And only when it comes out that the taxes have to be paid. So, but if you want to dispose of it and sell a property that is an atrophy, you can put it in the land bank, it gets cleansed, and then therefore you can put it on the market at high market value if you choose to, or below market value, and sell it to whomever you choose to.
So those other liens disappear, or they have to actually be paid. Which is it? Does the material?
Yeah, my understanding is that when you cleanse the property, all the liens and encumbrances are removed from the property when you pass it to the land bank, when you dispose of it. You get a clean title.
All right. Now, you mentioned that when it goes back on the property tax rolls, the land bank receives 75% of the county taxes only, not the school taxes.
That's correct.
And is that for 5 years, or what length of time is that?
It's 3 to 5 years. I'm going to go back and look at my my IGA and my law. It's 3 to 5 years.
Okay.
3 to 5 years, you get the taxes that are put back on that land bank receipt. So when you put them back on, the taxes that are collected revert back to the land bank for that period of time, which is 75% of the funds.
I like the idea of it being used for affordable housing also. And you mentioned that it can be put below market rate.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And so we're going to make sure we're kind of brief with our additional questions. I see Councilwoman Bell, and we'll end it off with Councilwoman Hopkins. But after that, we will stop with any of the questions on this item. Go ahead, Councilwoman Bell.
Thanks. I'll be brief. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, for your presentation today on land banks. I know doing research and then being in historic preservation that one of the biggest challenges with land banks is consistent funding. What are the funding sources for the current land bank in DeKalb? Is it only from the delinquent tax that's collected, or are there other funding sources?
The current funding source, and that was on one of my charts there, source news, I did kind of fast, is the general fund. The general fund is a source of funding for the land bank. And also we had a commissioner to make some allocations from her appropriation. So Commissioner Lorraine Cochran Johnson, Super District 7, allocated $200,000, and we had $350,000 from the general fund for source of funding. So that's the source of funding so far. The thing I want to do with federal funds, because we have, you see later on when I go to the homeless stuff, that we have tons of money and on federal side, which I manage as well. But HUD would not let me put money into the land bank. So I couldn't just give them a couple $100,000 or whatever. HUD does not do that. The only thing I could do with land banking is probably have neighborhood stabilization, give them funding to NSB. That's to have them buy houses for me. I could give them a contract to buy houses and I can pay them admin money. So we can't really put a lot of federal money into the land bank. So the answer to your question is that general fund and commissioner appropriation allocations. And then the source going forward is going to be the profit you get from conveying a property, selling a property, profits you put back on the tax roll. Those revenues will revert back to the land bank. Selling of donated properties, selling of surplus properties, because the county is getting ready to transfer a lot of surplus properties to the land bank that we have. Chris Bell, I have some charts I could show you in terms of, Susan, you'll like this. Chris Bell,
That'll be great.
whom Susan knows.
Mr. Mitchell, if you can send us those charts and all that information, that would be amazing. We'll appreciate that.
Okay, so Chris Bell is going to be the interim executive director for the land bank, and he used to work for Susan back in the old days. So,
okay. Perfect. So, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I just wanted to say about the timing of when this came before us. I think it was, I'm going to disagree with Mr. Quinn here because I think I was a part of that discussion and I was sworn in January of 2020. So it would have been since then or more recently that we had discussed this and decided it was not a fit for Clarkston. That's all.
So, Councilwoman,
that's my comment.
Thank you, Councilwoman. No problem. Councilwoman Hopkins, you're right. It was a resolution back in 2019, and then we brought it back up because, again, some of the questions were not addressed and answered. And so at that time, the council did not wish to pursue it. And so we'd like to thank Mr. Mitchell for enlightening us and educating us with this wonderful presentation. And so we can take this information and allow the council to make a decision going forward. So with that being said, did we have anyone signed up for this item? Nope.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Ms. Mefford?
Yes, I signed up to talk on this one. I think a land bank could be really great. I know that Clarkston doesn't have a ton of just open property, but I would like to think that this could really be helpful for us going forward. Looking ahead to annex different properties that are on the border of the city that could be super beneficial if we annexed out, that they could be used for a land bank, especially, you know, some of our border properties, which are not stellar at this moment, shall we say. So I don't want to just dismiss this. I think it's been a great presentation. I think there's a lot that we can benefit from this going forward. We need to look toward the future, not just the right now. This is something that really could benefit the city as we annex out and grow, and could be a great tool for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else signed up? No,
Madam Mayor.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mitchell. And so next we will have the homelessness in DeKalb County, Ms. Cowie. And how much time did you allot for this?
This is another presentation by Mr. Mitchell, and this is going to be 5 minutes, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, I've given my best shot. There are 36 charts, but I'll net it, but I can't do 5. Let me see if I can net it. I'll do the best I can.
Okay, we'll do 10.
I'll do the best I can.
5 minutes. Okay, we appreciate it.
So to, okay. So can you acknowledge you can see the screen?
Yes, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, so with the limited time, let me see if I can net this. Okay, so we have a comprehensive, broad, significant focus on homelessness in DeKalb County. And so what do you mean by that? We have a lot of funds. We have a lot of initiatives going on to capture homeless in DeKalb County. Do we have a homeless problem? The answer is yes, we do. Why do we have a homeless problem? Because a lot of people are being adversely affected by the pandemic. We have their cost burden. We have a significant amount of people live in the streets, and it's just we have trouble. And they're on the embankments, encampments, et cetera. So based on all the efforts, we all have a lot of chronic homeless people, have disabilities, mental retardation, just a host of things that we get funding from HUD for. So my department actually has continuum care, which you'll see, which captures all the initiatives we have for homeless individuals. So so that's kind of a preamble. As people in the cab realize that there's something going on, most of them call our hotline, which is here, 404-687-3500. You have an agreement with us to use us as a source of your federal funds. So the city of Clarkston can call, as well as we have of the 13 cities, we have an agreement with 9 to be able to use us for federal funds. So you have an option to call us as well. We work hard each day to end homelessness within DeKalb County. So that's sort of a preamble. We go through it. So my staff is the, I'll go through some charts very quickly. I have a staff that does it. It's here. There's a continuum of care, which we run, which is a massive board of directors. The outreach for stakeholders is around this circle in terms of all the people we deal with. It's social services, school systems, public housing, mental retardation, homeless assistance providers, businesses, universities, you name it, they get involved in a continuum of care to get our arms around homelessness. The board members on the continuum of care, which is mandated by HUD, because we get about $6 million to a competitive offering, are the people indicated on this chart. We have 15 slots. You're more than welcome to try to join if you're trying to do something with homelessness. The continuum of care structure is like this. There's a board of directors, and we're the collaborative applicant, which is the term HUD term, to facilitate the operation of the board. My department does that. The role is basically to put a consolidated plan together, do biannual homeless counts, do HMIS. There's consolidated NOFA that comes out every year to get funding. The money we have typically to help with homeless is that we get a lot of CDBG funds. Over the years, you can see we get on average about $5 million per that home. It's a housing component, ESGs, it's a homeless initiative, it's about 400,000. But the continuum of care is in the middle. We get through competitive offerings as $5 million back in 2018, up to about 2021, there was a $6.5 million allocation for homeless initiatives. And then recently HUD gave us CARES Act funding, which is 6.8 for CDBG CV, and also $5 million for ESG CV, which is all related to the pandemic. So we're about using those funds to help homeless individuals that are in the streets of DeKalb County. We've got awards over the years from HUD for getting rid of homelessness within veterans. You all know the definition of homelessness. I will not take you through that. During the pandemic, we housed over 100 people in hotels when the pandemic first came out to shelter them and feed them over a significant period of time. There are people from all the cities as well. We get allocations from HUD through the competitiveness, which amounts to about $6 million. Some of the money comes in the categories of, as listed here in this chart, which is basically permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, et cetera, are the key components. There are a lot of agencies that receive funding from us, which are listed here. I skip right through those. There's a hotline we use. There are a number of beds and calls we get for people. We average about 500-600 calls a month from people within the cab. The bed count is about 1,855 of beds we can use. We count homeless people on an annual basis. The most recent count was here. this chart shows you that over the continuum in 2014 to 18, we had as high as 281 people in the streets. And this down to our most recent count we had in January was 163 of people that were counted on the night. You multiply that times 3 to get the annual allocation. So we have a homeless problem in that on that night we found 163, but on an annual basis is almost 3 times that. Let me go forward. Most recent ESG CV allocations are here, where we plan to spend money for shelter, outreach, and rapid rehousing. We currently have 188 homeless people in 5 hotels in DeKalb County. I've had them there for several months during the pandemic. As we started the CARES Act funding, we currently have those many people being housed in hotels to keep them away from the pandemic because they're homeless today. Also, there are other CDBG funds we can use. There are things we've done in terms of homeless reductions, 40% decrease in overall homelessness, 84% decline in veteran homelessness, et cetera. And then you've heard about warming stations. We have a lot of efforts on warming stations during the winter. We had 3 locations, Fire Station 3, 4, and 6. We housed people overnight and we were successful in the warming centers. And then currently we have people in the emergency shelter and hotels, again, 188. There are a lot of additional resources. And the key thing we need to help homeless initiatives is unrestricted funds, an assessment center, which is a shelter for DeKalb, because we only have 1 shelter, we need more. And the other factors would be we need a navigator to help people with housing implementation. So that's the net of that. I think I did that in about 7-8 minutes. So, I'll stop with that. So Mayor, I see the 5, but I think I got there in about 7.
You did. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Mitchell? No? Okay. Yes, Councilwoman Bell.
I'll make it brief. Mr. Mitchell, the presentation that you presented to us today is short-term care. What's the plan for long-term support for individuals that are without a home?
There are 2 components. We do permanent supportive housing, which is we try to get them a lease in their name. It's a transitional housing, as you know, because you know the homeless game. It's a transitional housing, then permanent supportive housing. We have rapid rehousing. A lot of individuals don't have income. It's very difficult to get an apartment in their name. But we try to get agencies to put something in their name for them. So it's mostly long-term permanent supportive housing, which means permanent with support wraparound services for them. The 188, 200 people we have in hotels today have a host of problems. Some have mental health issues. Some of them have difficulty making the transition. Some cannot live by themselves. So a lot of them will not be able to get permanent supportive housing. They can only continue to get emergency support housing, and they can't get there. We're running into a major percentage of them have severe mental health problems, and they can't be in congregate or non-congregate environments. We feed them 2 meals a day. We've been doing that for several months, but it's been challenging with the case management. We try to get them jobs, of course, to get them rent, to pay their rent if they get an apartment. But it's been a challenge, quite frankly, with the number of people we have.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you for that question. Council, any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I just want to thank Mr. Mitchell for an excellent presentation. And I'm wondering, is there an ask that comes with this presentation? Is there something you would like from us?
Nope.
Nope.
I just want you to be aware that all I ask is to be aware and sensitive toward homeless individuals, and that if you have issues within the city of Clarkston, that you pick up the phone and refer them to a hotline, because we have interim emergency shelter, we have transitional housing, we have permanent supportive housing. We try to house individuals, and I know that there's a homeless problem throughout all of DeKalb. Dunwoody has a homeless issue. We talk with the mayor up there a lot, and we speak with the mayor in Lithonia. So from Lithonia to Dunwoody, we know we have homeless individuals. From Chamblee to Doraville to any city you pick, you have your problems with regard to homeless individuals. So we're willing to help, and there's no charge for it at all. It's just a function of trying to be supportive of our citizens that need help. That's it. So all we ask is that you be aware that there's a resource and just try to use it where need be.
Okay, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I just had one question because we ran into this problem a while back. What are you guys doing about the people that call into the hotline number when you have reached your capacity. That was an issue we had. We were dialing every hotline number we had, and we had to come out of pocket to house someone for 3 days. So is there something in place now that wasn't in place in March that would assist when you've reached your capacity?
When you say March of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's the dynamic. The hotline stays open from about 8:30 to about 2-ish, 2 o'clock. Why does it shut down at 2 o'clock? Because we have hundreds of calls, and what my staff does between 2 and 5 is that they try to place people with referrals. So there's a mass, we get calls from homeless as well as non-homeless issues. And we have about 5 people. It's very labor intensive. I have 5 people answering the phones. So if you can't imagine, it's just like call 911, you have an emergency. Well, we have what we call 911 for homeless individuals. Everybody calls us. Every commission staff calls, every commissioner, every time a homeless person is seen any place in DeKalb County, my phone rings off the hook. And the people call, HUD makes people call us. We got enormous calls. We got, I have a chart there showing how many calls we get. So we do have a system where we're housing individuals, again, in hotels. We have over 200 people in hotels, and we're trying to transition people. We have a lot of leases we're putting in the names of a lot of individuals. So there's a massive turnover of people moving to the homeless arena. We also have people that outreach. I have guys going on the bridges and encampments every day. I have 2 people that work full-time in the streets of the DeKalb County trying to find people. So it's a complex situation. So if someone calls, it's a matter of calling back. If you call after 2 o'clock, the hotline tells you that we're closed, call back the next day in the morning because the staff is trying to place people in the afternoon. So it's a challenge because we have so many people that call us. So I apologize if someone called us and you couldn't get through, but the voicemail does say, I changed it myself to them to say, call back the next day. We'll try to help you. And if someone has a problem, take my number, call me directly. And I can always, if there's something urgent that you've got, you can always call me. I'm always available. My number is 404-969-9921. And sometimes when I get those calls directly, I send it to the staff and they jump right on it. But they're always busy. They're extremely busy with the number of calls we get. We have a homeless problem in the county. And the other thing, I'll give you a commercial. A lot of people come from the city of Atlanta. Atlanta has taken some aggressive efforts to get rid of homeless people. Every time there's a major event, Super Bowl, any event over there, they push people on the MARTA, they get them out of the city of Atlanta, and they push them to DeKalb County, Clayton County, et cetera. And that's why we got an influx of people. When we do a survey, say, where are you from? Where did you send it last night? Well, I was in Atlanta, and they got on the MARTA and they came to DeKalb because they heard DeKalb is friendly and you guys help people. But the city is really closing down bridges, they're closing down encampments, and they're pushing people south and east. And so we have an uptick in a homeless count with those people coming in. So, and that's true. It's been verified.
So from your experience with the homeless situation in DeKalb County, do you have any after-hour resources other than your own cell phone number?
No, after hours, the answer is no. We don't have people manning phones after. We were going to 5 o'clock, but you exhaust your time to place people because we have about 30, 40 agencies that we place people. So if you got a call, my staff has to contact an agency, look at the available beds, do the dynamic, or get them in shelters. We have access to shelters outside of DeKalb because we don't have our own shelter. I'm trying to buy a shelter. And I have funding. I have about $8 million that we just got from HUD. I'm thinking about trying to buy a hotel. We can have our own shelter. And I'll probably pull that off hopefully in a couple of months. I have that initiative underway. But currently, we use shelters that are outside the city of DeKalb. So I end up placing people in the city of Atlanta in shelters with agreements we have with nonprofits. So the dynamic is that I got to find you a place. It can be any place. I got to find out what beds are available and go to the dynamics of placing you, transporting you to that location, getting you placed. So they do that in the afternoon, but in the morning they take calls. So it's a challenge. And then after 5 or 6 o'clock, they work by the hour. I can't. These people aren't salaried employees. The people that do this for me are work by the hours. I don't have a budget to pay overtime for people who work 7, 8 o'clock at night. Now the outreach guys, they're in the streets every day and they run around too. They can come over to areas where you see a problem. They can interview people and they have them call the hotline, because I have people that run the streets of DeKalb. When I say actually run, they go any place into the woods with policemen to find individuals to try to help them every day. That's all they do, is go outbound. Whether it be cold or hot, they're out amongst the elements trying to help people. So.
Well, last
So,
question,
Mr.
Madam
Mayor.
Mayor. Last question.
Go
Is there a
ahead, go ahead.
reason, can you tell me the reason you do your head count at night?
We do it at night because it's sort of a HUD protocol. You do the count on the coldest day of the year. You do it at night because you can really get homeless people that way. If you do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I mean, you can't differentiate between people. If I see you and I see myself, they might think either one of us are homeless. So therefore, if I find you at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's a good chance you're homeless. Okay, you're on hanging out. So we always do it at night. We always do that at the coldest in January, on the coldest months. That's a true sign. And everyone in the United States does it at the same time. You always do it in January, the coldest night of the year. You go out at night. This year we backed it off a bit by starting about 10 o'clock as opposed to late. So we went out this year a little bit earlier to be able to do the surveys because of the complication with weather and all that. But normally we go out starting about 10, 11 o'clock at night, and they stay out all night long counting people, because if you find someone at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's a good chance that that person is homeless. If you saw them at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at McDonald's, I mean, you have no way of knowing whether the person is homeless or not. So to answer your question, that's why we do it that way. It's a HUD mandate to do it at a time.
Okay.
And you
Is
can
that it, Councilwoman
volunteer.
Johnson?
I'm sorry.
No, I was just trying to make sure Councilwoman Johnson didn't have any other questions.
No, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
I hope I
So
helped you.
and then Councilman Carroll.
So I just had one question. I mean, and you mentioned like some of the city of Atlanta closing down encampments, and that's causing homelessness to shift in some places to DeKalb. So do you think that like housing supply or lack thereof, especially for cheaper or more affordable housing, plays a role in homelessness in DeKalb County? And so could you speak on that a little bit?
Yeah, you're kind of muffled, if you don't mind. Could you say it again slowly?
Sure.
I didn't hear you.
You mentioned that part of the problem is that city of Atlanta closes down homeless encampments or otherwise tries to ship homeless people out. And do you think that the lack of housing supply, especially affordable housing in DeKalb County, plays a role in the amount of homelessness in the area?
I think that we have a lack. Everyone has a lack of affordable housing, but I think that we are getting rid of the existing affordable housing. So the city of Atlanta has done two things. They got rid of their public housing. Okay, so where the public housing we're actually gotten rid of, they actually replaced them with affordable high-end condos. You know that, you read the newspapers, you've seen that they actually did that. So all that housing got removed from the housing stock. So in the camp, you don't find cases where we're shutting down public housing at all, and you don't see that we're closing out apartment complexes. We have more apartment complexes than any other, I said earlier, any other county. If you do an inventory in the state, we have more affordable housing units. Now, they aren't in all the great shape. So some of the lowest price in the crime is going to be associated with the lowest rent in DeKalb County is going to be associated with the highest amount of crime. Statistically, you're going to find that. And then you have a lot of the Section 8 folks that are in those areas because they can't afford to go other places. So it sort of goes hand in glove. But the city of Atlanta has taken actions to remove public housing, to move homeless people off the streets and push them to other places. We're not doing that. We're receiving homeless individuals in DeKalb County. And we're trying to maintain the affordable housing stock by working with landlords, trying to get them to fix their properties using our code enforcement team. So we're not pushing people to the opposite counties and all that. So we do have a lot, but the condition of it is not where we like to see it. But there are places that do exist. And the lower the rent, again, there's a higher crime rate. So people are very leery of going to those places to getting apartments because of the undue consequences of being subjected to crime in those areas.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell, and I'll let Councilwoman Bell speak. But I wanted to mention that the mayors with the DeKalb Municipal Association created a homelessness committee. Councilwoman Johnson is our representative. And so I think it would be beneficial for you to come to one of our meetings because we do have some concerns about the resources that are available. And if you were able to kind of help with that in that terms of that discussion, there may be some things that collectively we can do, because especially if you're saying you shut down at 2, that's something that people need to understand and know, and we need to understand what we do at that point if we need support for people who need assistance. So we appreciate you for that. And Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you. And Mr. Mitchell, I'll keep this brief and quick. You mentioned a lot of stuff in your presentation today, but one of the big things that I heard is that there are some capacity challenges that you have, and there's also some operational budget challenges that you have. And with those taken into consideration, is it something that the county could benefit from if cities also supported in addressing homelessness? Because what y'all are doing currently in DeKalb is great. Y'all providing wraparound services. I'm a social worker, sir. So with that, I understand the importance of it, but it's not long-term, and it does not help them for the long term to find stabilized housing options so they're not in a cyclical cycle of being homeless. Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate you saying that. To go back to the mayor's comment, I met with Bill Floyd, the mayor. You still there? Yeah. Bill Floyd is the sort of super director for DeKalb Municipal Association. I presented to him small groups of people. I've given copies of presentations. He's aware of things that are going on, and they wanted, before they implement something, get a sense of what we're doing. I've done that with him probably 2 or 3 months ago. We presented to him. He's going to get with you guys and share some thoughts and ideas. Yeah, the idea of shutting down at 2 o'clock, we really don't. We're not shutting down. It's just the phones are not. You can't get someone on the phone because we're still working. Just that we have to place the people we got in the morning. That's the big thing. Would it be better to have less people take calls all day and have some people allocated? We made a decision to do it the other way. I need to give some thought to that to see if that's a big problem. But there are other alternatives. If someone has an issue, I'm saying call my office and I can always get emergency assistance to someone that needs help. HUD does that. When HUD has a problem, they don't really get on the hotline. They call me up in the regular and say, guess what? We just got to call someone, just call the president. And really, probably a lot of people call the president. I'm not telling you to go do that, but we get emergency calls from HUD. If someone just called the President Biden. So, oh my God. So when they call, whatever reason, when they figure out how to call the White House, that thing goes through HUD like a bullet and comes back down to us. Now, I don't want people to do that, but when those calls, you have to deal with those no matter what time of day it is. But some people do find a way to call. I don't know Joe Biden's telephone number, but some people manage to get a way to call the White House. And when you call the White House, HUD gets the call real quick and it comes down. So okay. I'm suggesting if you have issues, call us directly and I'll do what I can to help if you have an emergency situation. Okay. Or if there's a business that's subjected to homeless people, I can have my outreach team go over and interface with these people to find out how we can help them. So I'm just saying, use my number to call. I'll gladly help you. But when in doubt, call the hotline up until about 2 o'clock and see if they can help you or not.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mitchell, we appreciate both presentations. They were very enlightening and educational. And Ms. Cowie, do we have anyone signed up for this item?
No, Madam Mayor, there were no speakers on this item. And again, I want to thank Mr. Mitchell for his information, and we will continue to do our collaborative initiatives with DeKalb County. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, well, great. Have a good evening. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. And with that, we'll move on to item C, which is discuss amending resolution number 2022001, necessitating city council meetings by Zoom teleconference. Interim City Manager, Ms. Cowie.
This was actually an initiative that was brought up by the Vice Mayor, Mayor Burke.
Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I honestly, I'm not sure if this is supposed to have been on new business, but I can do a quick, introduce it quickly, but I think we need to discuss this, but next city council meeting, if the council is agree with it, I want it to be part of the agenda. I think we all know, starting from March of 2020, that since the pandemic, that we have been meeting via teleconference / Zoom, and we did that until around mid-2021. And that time we decided to go have hybrid meetings, and we had pretty good hybrid meetings for 6 months into, and again we had, new variants, Omicron, I don't know how to say, but and with that we also had to go back to only using teleconference, which we are right now doing, and there has been some changes in terms of federal policies, especially CDC recommendations, specifically with masks. And the recent one is like individuals are not even required to wear masks unless they are even if they're in public, unless they are in a high risk communities. And I strongly believe that Clarkston is not a high risk community. I think most DeKalb County is not. And we have actually a pretty good vaccine rate. And with all, I would really hope that we would consider returning to a hybrid model and continue our meetings. I just feel like we are losing some of our active residents who are not tech savvy, who just don't feel comfortable calling or being on a computer to speak. And I know for sure that there are so many new Americans, immigrants who are intimidated by technology or by Zoom specifically, that they just don't feel comfortable to speak on the computer. So I think we would serve better if we could go back to hybrid model. I'm not saying we need to only in-person only, but we definitely could use a hybrid model like the way we were doing it in the past. I mean, for about almost 6 months in 2021. This is pretty much straightforward. And if there are any questions, obviously, I definitely will answer them.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. And Council, do you have any questions or any comments at this time? Yes, Councilwoman Hopkins. And you're still on mute.
Our zip code 30021 is still in an increase of 5% or more over the last 15-day period. So we're still on the uprise. This is the Omicron BA.2, I believe, which is again more contagious. So even if it is not as severe as the original or Delta, if 20% more people catch it, then more people will still get severely ill or possibly die. So I would not advocate making it mandatory that we all return in person. I think it should be a choice because we have people with varying risk factors within their households. So that is to say, if y'all want to do it, go ahead, but please don't make it mandatory because some of us can't afford to do that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins. Councilwoman Bell.
Yeah, my thoughts are that it should be discretionary on the individual because a lot of us are now caregivers and everybody has different health issues and can be more contagious. The other thing I would suggest, and this is just my recommendations, there are conditions on, people coming in and out. You don't want to give anybody anything that you don't know that you have, as well as contract something and take it back to your household. So maybe, it's a capacity limit of how many people can be there, the seating, thinking through those things. Because I want people to attend the meetings for sure. I just want to be cautious and prioritize people's health and well-being.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bell. Councilman Carroll.
This is a question for the city attorney, Stephen Quinn, but so is it legally possible for us to go back in person and still allow council members the option of attending remotely? Or if we go back in person, does everyone have to go back in person for their attendance to count?
Yes, great question, Councilman Carroll. So the answer is a little bit complex. The starting point is that for anything less than a quorum of the council members to be in person. So if there's going to be the prerogative for the meeting to essentially be online, then there needs to be in place a resolution like we have now that basically declares that it is unsafe to meet in person, and then the whole thing is remote. In the alternative, we would remove, the council could decide that it's now safe. When that emergency declaration, I'll call it, is removed, then everyone has to attend in person with a little bit of leeway. And that leeway is that each member can attend, I believe it's twice per year remotely. And then if there were a need to attend remotely more than that, they're supposed to present a doctor's note as to excuse their absence.
And so with
that is correct, Ms. Chair.
Sorry, would the doctors not have
Yes.
to be them personally, or would being a caretaker you think be sufficient to get a doctor's note to be excused of attendance?
Well, the reasons that it states in the code are basically outside of the jurisdiction at the time of the meeting, which wouldn't be a doctor's note. It would be like an affirmation by the person. But that would count towards the 2 that you can use. You could also use that on your own. As far as the doctor, I believe that the way the code section is written, they were contemplating that the individual elected official could not attend, but I certainly think it would be a reasonable way to interpret it that if you had a living arrangement or whatever the circumstances might be that made it basically unsafe by proxy to attend, that would be, to me, if I were the one assessing that, I would say under all the circumstances, that's reasonable and acceptable, but I can't guarantee that the Attorney General would necessarily agree with that if there were some kind of challenge lodged.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Yasser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And while you are at it, Stephen, I just want to ask you a quick question, because when we declared the new emergency last January, there was a concern of Omicron at that time. Since then, it's been almost 4 or 5 months now that there's been a lot of change in terms of policy. So can we say that our declaration would be valid, even though it's not reviewed every now and then? Because that really was my concern when we passed it as well. But could be a challenge to our legitimacy of all our meetings in the future, because sooner or later we will have to go back to in-person meetings. This is not just me. I'm just saying that it will happen. But I would wish that we would do it before we are forced to, or before any challenge comes to us. So my question to you is, can we get any challenge if the situation has changed tremendously to the point that nobody's even flying with a mask anymore? It's optional, basically. People can be on an airplane and not wearing a mask according to CDC guidelines. So how are we going to say we're going to validate our meeting to being on teleconference? So I don't know if I'm being clear.
No, I think I understand the concern and the question, which, you know, it could be summarized as basically that the guidance from federal agencies has changed. And so, you know, are we subject to our local determination that it's not safe to meet in person being challenged? I think, yes, that definitely could be challenged. Now, this is what we're talking about is a new law that the state passed pandemic. I'm not aware of any court case ever addressing it. So when we have new laws and no cases, that puts attorneys in a position of not being able to speak with a lot of certainty about what they mean and how things might play out. And that's very much the situation here. I feel pretty confident that we would not be at risk of having our official actions invalidated, because there's a strong presumption to let official acts lie. And I also think that there is a general disposition of the courts to defer to a legislative body about its decisions, as long as they're not just patently unreasonable. Now, there is a point somewhere out there where it becomes patently unreasonable. I don't think that we've reached that point, but I'm not really the one to say. I mean, I can't say that I'm keeping up with the statistics. What I know about it is what I hear on the news, basically, which is, you know, what you said, that the CDC has loosened up a lot of their restrictions. So I'm sorry that I can't give a more certain answer, but I would just say that I don't feel that our official acts would ever be invalidated because we met remotely under the circumstances. If someone wanted to challenge our determination that it's unsafe, I think that they could do that in court. And if they won, that, you know, basically if a judge disagreed, they could say that that's an invalid determination and we would have to go back to meeting in person. But that is the consequence that I would expect in the event that a court disagreed with the council's determination.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay. Hearing none. Interim City Manager, Ms. Cowee, do we have anyone signed up for this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Amy Medford.
Yes, Mrs. Medford.
It is a tricky topic on when to meet in person and protecting the safety of others and making sure that everybody has access to information. So I do not envy the position that any of you have. Kind of glad it's not me having to make these choices. But I guess I wanted to toss out that this is something that perhaps we ought to include in our charter that could maybe handle some of these Zoom meetings, how you address them, how you handle them going forward, that this could be something that's in our charter so it would be less tricky or could at least get discussed and fleshed out, and then we would have something that we could go on going forward.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, Ms. Medford, for consideration. Was there anyone else signed up?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I think we've had enough comments and advisement from council on this matter, and so we'll just take this as a vote next week. Would that, is this something that we're looking to have a vote on for next week? Yes, Vice Mayor Yasi.
Yes, and by the way, I think I missed a big portion of this because that is opening the city hall as well. Right now, I think we are doing very minimal in-person services, and I think that also will be part of this.
Okay, I'm glad you decided to add that piece at the end. Thank you for that point. So we know next week that we're going to vote on this and going forward. And Councilwoman Hopkins.
I have a question for the city attorney. Is it legal for us to require anybody who is going to enter the courtroom to be vaccinated for a city council meeting?
For a court,
well,
are you?
If we were going to have in-person meetings, that you had to be vaccinated to enter that room, otherwise you would have to participate virtually.
Interesting. I think that if the council provided a viable alternative means of participation, it was just as good. And by that, I would think that the city would need to set up the Zoom in a different room. For example, at the the lobby room. That's just an example, or it could be in any other place. But I think if we were going to take that, and I'm sort of ad-libbing here because I haven't given any thought to that question before this moment. I think that I don't know where the law would support excluding people based on their vaccination status, but if they were effectively not excluded, meaning that they had an opportunity to participate that we provided, I think it would be okay.
Okay, I think we covered that piece. Any other questions? And so, Mr. Quinn, I would ask that, just for clarification, that if you could just confirm for the council, what would the process look like if we said, for example, in order to participate that you have to be vaccinated, and if you're not vaccinated, that we give you this option of being virtual. Mm-hmm. Is that an option?
I can do that, and it sounds like I would also need to prepare a resolution that would essentially say that the emergency is removed and we're going to hold our meetings in person in the event that that receives majority support, so that we would have something to adopt.
That sounds like it, but just as clarification, I'll get you Vice Mayor Yasin. What I'm understanding, so that the council understands when they have to make their vote next week, is that if we go back in person at this point, and as one of our council members mentioned, our numbers are still high, that you can only miss 2 meetings unless you have a doctor's excuse. Am I correct in saying that, Mr. Quinn?
That's correct. 2 meetings per calendar year without the doctor excuse, and as many as a doctor will excuse to participate remotely.
All right. Vice Mayor Yasik.
Yeah, I was just trying to say, so the resolution would not be just in person, it would be hybrid. I just want to know that I'm not saying only in person only, but a hybrid model like we had in the past, where people will still continue to have the opportunity to come virtually if they prefer to, if they don't want to risk it themselves. But if there are people who are healthy enough, I'm not talking about the council at this point. If people have been vaccinated, or if people don't mind taking a risk, then they could come to the city council and attend the meeting. So it will be pretty much the way we had it in 2021.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a great option regardless of the pandemic, because there's some people that can't get there, and that's an accommodation. But everything I've said about this is referring to the council members who have that legal obligation to appear in person, with the exceptions we talked about.
Okay. Well, with that being said, and Ms. Cowie, go ahead.
Yes. I think this question is for Stephen as well. I think we had discussed also amending this resolution so you wouldn't have to go back in the future, keep amending it if you wanted to meet in a virtual or, you know, in a hybrid manner. What's the wording that needs to be included in that, Attorney Quinn, so we wouldn't have to keep amending the resolution in the future of meeting in person or hybrid?
I mean, I think it's just, there's just two resolutions really. It's like an on-off switch is the best way I can describe it. Either it's safe in the council's judgment or it's not. And hybrid is something extra that's being done, but that's not, you know, hybrid means that there is an in-person meeting that people can come to, and then they have this extra option. Right now, there's not an in-person meeting that they come to. So basically, our current resolution states that it's not safe, and then we can flip that switch to say it is. We can flip it back if the circumstances dictate, and we can keep going like that. And COVID's not the only reason. That's just the one that we're dealing with. But I don't think that it would be possible to try to anticipate future changes in a resolution and have it be dictated. I think we've got to react to circumstances as they change.
Okay, and thank you for, yes, Councilwoman Bell.
Well, just a point of clarity, because I need to make sure I'm clear, Attorney Queen. Even with this hybrid resolution, what you're indicating is that we all, as elected officials, the only thing I'm referring to, have to be present at this meeting. It is the option of the residents if they decide if they want to be in person or if they want to be virtual. Is that correct? And then, Attorney Quinn, thank you for your nod. I receive it. And then you're saying that if I miss 2 meetings without an excuse, then the pencil is on me. Is that also what you're indicating, Mr. Quinn?
Both of those statements are accurate to the Georgia law. The hybrid is a convenience for staff and residents, not for the elected officials. And it's not clear what the consequence would be of missing more than 2 meetings or attending remotely more than twice, but I think it could include being recalled from office.
And thank you for that follow-up question, Councilwoman Bell. So we have a lot to think about. We'll take this for next week. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is item D, presentation of River Alive cleanup event at Friendship Forest. And that's Ms. Cowie, interim city manager.
Yes, this is, Madam Mayor, to update the City Council and the Mayor about the River Alive cleanup initiative that happened at Friendship Forest on April the 9th. And we have Mr. Cash Satami, who's here with Collaborative Services, to make that presentation for us. Cash.
Thank you, Ms. Cowie, and thank you, Council and Madam Mayor, for the opportunity to give you guys an update about our project that we had, a volunteer project that we had earlier this month. So with that, I will request to share my screen.
You should be able to have.
So my name is, again, Cash Atami. I work for Collaborative Infrastructure Services, the city's engineering consultant, and I'm the organizer for the annual waterway cleanup in the city. So this event is first of all, it's a great community event, as we've come to recognize the past few years. We've had multiple volunteer organizations that that decided to help us with this event, and it's for a good cause. Obviously, we remove trash, debris, all kinds of stuff from the waterways, the creeks, and the rivers that run through the city, and obviously it has a environmental impact, as small or as big as it might be. This event is also a required part of our MS4 permit, which is basically a stormwater permit for the city that we have to submit to the Georgia EPD every year. And this part falls into the public involvement aspect of it. We also have public education requirements, such as handouts and brochures and going to various events like National Night Out. That was the last August, I believe. This event for 2022 is our third one that we've had. We've had a great turnout the past 2 years, and this year was also a good decent turnout. Since 2020, we've had a total of 163 volunteers, and approximately we removed 5,200 pounds worth of trash, debris, tires, all kinds of debris that you can think of, mainly from South Fork, Peachtree Creek sections that were divided for cleaning. As always, we distributed promotional materials like flyers to various businesses, gas stations, churches, community centers throughout the city, as much to get the word out. We also had banners throughout the I think it was 5 banners, throughout the city at major intersections to get more eyes on our event. And so we had over 50 businesses that we got to distribute this flyer to. So for 2022, I have a little table here that basically breaks down the number of volunteers that we had. It was a little bit less this year, mainly because a few of our volunteer groups, 2 were from churches, local churches in the city, and another volunteer group, they weren't able to attend due to conflict. So we had 13 volunteers, approximately lasted about 2 to 3 hours. We had 14 trash bags that eventually collected, and about 300 pounds of trash and debris. And we always do a cost breakdown, promotional materials, just the banners and the posters, and refreshments for the volunteers. So I'm going to go through some of the pictures that we had, that we took from the events with our volunteers. This is our initial starting group. Madam Mayor Beverly Burks attended, so thank you for that. And I'll just go ahead and run through some of these pictures rather. We cleaned from Friendship Forest, that was our meeting place, and we cleaned volunteers cleaned rather, from Friendship Forest up to the Montreal Bridge Road. And then we had a second group that went from Montreal Bridge further west as much as they could, collecting and removing debris from the waterways. So these are, again, some of our volunteers. So the last picture is obviously the total number of, everything that was accumulated, and our public works staff actually helped us as well. They had 2 staff members that helped be the group guide for each of the volunteer groups that were divided up. So they were able to collect everything and, dispose of it. So just a big thank you to all the volunteers as they show up every year. We have a good email list that I use every year, and a lot of them are repeat volunteers, but we also got a lot of new volunteers that saw the banners or the ads or the flyers rather. Again, thanks to our public works department, helped us with the staff, with some of the cleanup material, and also to keep the CAP beautiful, who helped us with supplying some of the pickup sticks, trash bags, vests, and various stuff that was needed for the event. So overall, it was a good turnout. We hope to do it again. Maybe in the fall. We've had a lot of requests for that, so maybe we'll look at something later in the fall. But definitely at least we do it once a year around March or April. So that concludes my presentation, and if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, and thank you, Cash. And just kind of FYI, we had our food drive that same day, so I was holding it down for the whole council, so because we were doing double duty that day. So great job, and great work that our volunteers did. And thank you. This was always a great event that we have for the city to make sure that we take care of our wonderful forest that we have. Any questions? Okay. Ms. Kelly, did we have anyone signed up? No? All right. Thank you, Cash and team. And thank you again, city staff, for your ongoing support and making sure this event was a great event. And we appreciate it. And so with that, we will conclude all presentations in section 4. And now we'll move on to section 5, old business, and item A, which is a discussion of change order 42 SPLOST 04 BNC Rowland Street Road Diet Project. And City Manager, Ms. Cowie.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is to discuss a change order. It is number 42 of SPLOST 04 BNC, the Rowland Street Road Diet Project. The Soul Construction Company has submitted a change order to perform repairs, mill and resurface Bond Street and Clarkston Industrial Boulevard. The paving Bond Street and Clarkston Industrial Boulevard will include driveways. And the estimated cost of this change order is $143,916. Madam Mayor. And Mr. Kaiser is on the call as well if you have any additional questions besides staff recommendations.
Okay. Any additional comments on Mr. Kaiser? Did you have anything you would like to add at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And council, did you have any comments at this time? Vice Mayor Yasu, followed by Councilwoman Bell, then followed by Councilwoman Hopkins.
I want to, before Vice Mayor speaks, Madam Mayor, I just want to preface one more thing about this item. Our previous council meeting had this item and item 5B combined as one agenda item, and for clarity, staff has separated the items to vote on each item based on the funding allocations separately. So I'm sorry now, Vice Mayor Yasin.
Okay, Vice Mayor Yasin, thank you for that clarification.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
I apologize. So these two projects we said will be part of this Val Street and also Clarkston Industrial. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And these are going to be funded by LMIG, right?
Yes, sir.
So in order to get the 30% requirement, if I'm not mistaken, the amount is supposed to be certain threshold. Can you explain to me how these two projects are going to meet that threshold?
Yes, the allocation to the city for fiscal year 21 is, I don't have the exact number, it's 80-something thousand dollars, $88,000. So we have easily exceeded the 30%.
Okay, so this does not include Carroll Park.
Carroll Park is, if you look further down in the memo with the attachment, you'll see how interim manager Kauai actually identified how the LMIG is allocated since 2018. And so Carroll Park Drive is, and I don't have it right in front of me, it's allocated in one of the other LMIG years, 2000, whatever it is. Let me see here, let me look at it. It is in fiscal year 2020. If you look at the memo, Councilman.
All right. Okay. I'll go back and I have to look at it because I really am not sure. So this is coming back again from previous meeting. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you read the memo, it's all clear. You can see it's all laid out in the memo that follows.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser, quick question. Can you provide so two-part question. One, can you provide additional rationale for the $143,000 and $143,916 change order on top of what was initially approved? And because, and so I'm a little bit confused. You just mentioned to Vice Mayor Yasu that the project will be paid with the local maintenance and improvement grant program. However, the change order is for SPLOST funds. Is that correct? And so why are we using SPLOST if it's coming out of the local maintenance and improvement grant program?
Yeah, so I think Dan most probably can address that. It's coming out of LMIG. There is a budget category within the city budget for LMIG funds. And so it is a LMIG project. And so what will happen is it's easy for the city to have a change order to the SPLOST project because we have the contractors already on board to perform the work, and we can get a better price by tagging on to an existing SPLOST project. In terms of funding for it, in terms of payment for it, that payment will come out of LMIG funding. And so back to your question about rationale. So every year, the city puts together a list of projects, sidewalks, resurfacing projects, drainage work. This has been ongoing for years and years. And so what we do is we put together a cost estimate for the kind of project that the city wants to pursue for LMIG funding. Just like we did for fiscal year 22, where we put together a sidewalk project. We estimate what that cost is, and we send it to the State Department of Transportation. The mayor signs a letter, and we send it on. We make sure the project estimated at the time that we submit it is at least 30% higher than the LMIG allocation. So the LMIG allocation for these two projects was whatever it was, $89,000, whatever the dollar amount was. So we're easily 30% over that with this quote for this work. So you have to match, you have to have 30% higher in terms of the quote from the contractor to perform the work. And we've met that requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Is Mr. Dan on the line? I think he is. He might be on. Mr. Dan, if you're saying anything, you're on mute. Oh.
The LMIG funds are tracked through our grants fund, and I've already talked to Mr. Kaiser, and this item, all these LMIG items will be billed separately and paid through the grants fund, where we have been accumulating the LMIG funds for 3 years now.
And is it easier for it to go through the SPLOST for change order?
Yes, because it's kind of part, some of them, most of them are part of other projects within the SPLOST.
Okay, thank you.
But I do not want to make sure that we commingle those funds to make sure that for those purposes of, audit purposes, we have those projects that we specifically did list that we were going to take care of are being taken care of out of that funding allocation.
Thank you, because that's my concern. The commingling, and this is just an enhancement of the trailhead as well as the road, something that was already going to be done. So that is local maintenance and improvement to this road.
So
Thank y'all.
So Councilwoman, I think most probably next time, to make it a little bit clearer in the future, when we ask for a quote from the contractor to perform work, and let's say we have an ongoing project, let's say we have a SPLOST project like we have now with Soul Construction. The contractor, the subcontractor working for Soul Construction, which is SPLOST 04, that paving contractor is going to do these 2 roads. So in the future, what we'll do is, instead of calling it SPLOST, we'll just have the contractor put LMIG on top of it to make it clear. Contractor just inadvertently put SPLOST because he's working on a SPLOST project, right? That's what he did. Nothing more than that.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hopkins.
I did not have a question.
Oh, you didn't have a question? Okay,
No.
I'm gonna let you come back. I'm gonna let Councilwoman Hood, and then I'll let you go, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kaiser. What are the limits of these 2 projects?
Clarkston Industrial is from Montreal to the dead end. And Vaughn Street is from Montreal Road to the dead end. And the dead end is to the small houses, mini houses, whatever. I forget the terminology, but it's on that side. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Could it be possible to have that added to, in some manner, to this agenda item so that in the future, when we look at this, we'll understand which sections this was affecting?
Yeah, we have it. If I don't have the thing right in front of me, but on all of our LMIG applications, it's always on the list.
And it's listed under the 5B agenda, Councilwoman Hood, and that termini is listed on that agenda item as well.
Right, but the actual agenda item that we'll be voting on, this one, it's not included. I'm just concerned about, in the future when somebody looks, may think it was the whole of Vaughn or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Vice Mayor Yasta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I appreciate Councilmember Bell's question. And I also want to thank the city manager for explaining a little bit. However, although we're not commingling the funds, I have a good feeling that we have already been commingling those projects. So Carroll Park was put in LMIG in 2020, and then it was funded with SPLOST. And then
No. So when No. So what happened? Here's what's going to happen. The next pay application from Shift Construction Company will include the resurfacing and the milling of Carroll Park Drive. So they know that that's going to be taken out of the pay application and it's funded separately. So the next pay application will not include the quantities for Carroll Park Drive in the SPLOST project. It won't be in that pay application. It'll be a separate invoice altogether, which is really what we've been doing for the last 10 years on projects. So it'll be pulled out. It won't be included. So there's no commingling.
No, but when we voted on it, I clearly remember Carroll Park was put in under SPLOST and we put it with the Market Street project. So I'm pretty sure I'm not having dementia here. I do remember clearly.
Vice Mayor Yasta, we did it actually in 2017, if I remember correctly, when we went through that entire SPLOST list.
Yes.
So that's how I know exactly, because we voted on that list.
Yes.
And that was on the list.
Yes.
And
correct.
So if it was in the list, why was it ever not funded with the LMIG that was approved for that project? Why wasn't LMIG used for that project?
It is. It is.
How can you have the same project being funded by 2 different?
No, you don't. So what happens is Carroll Park, there's a lot more to Carroll Park Drive than just the milling and the resurfacing. We're doing some curb and gutter work. We're doing some other work on that road, as it was approved by City Council 2 months ago. I think the dollar amount was $64,000, whatever the dollar amount was. And so it was a SPLOST project in 2017. We saw an opportunity to fund Carroll Park Drive milling and resurfacing with LMIG. So we included Carroll Park Drive in the LMIG application. And so we know that section or that piece of that scope of work will be funded with LMIG. And so when the contractor submits the application to us for payment for SPLOST, it won't include Carroll Park Drive. It won't. The milling resurfacing piece won't.
Why are we, I mean, there are so many roads in the city, like Clarkston Industrial, could have been added at that time. Why is it that Carroll Park is being considered twice? And I understand you saying that only Millennium, this was part of that. However, for me, as I am voting for projects, all I remember is we did the sidewalk, we did the road, we did all of that. So why we approve something from one source of funding and then go around and say, oh, we're just doing only portion of it?
Here's the reason.
So this is really, I don't really like it because I don't understand it. So I'm just saying, if I have place to vote on something like that, I would not vote for it, because not that I don't like the project, but I don't like the way this project is being considered very important, being funded by two different, considered for two different funding, while we have so many other roads that could need attention more than just Carroll Park. So anyway, but
so
I still don't understand it.
So let me explain to you. It's one reason. Here's the reason, and everybody can hear this. 2017, we had Market Street as a SPLOST project. We said Carroll Park Drive is most probably the worst road in all the city, by far, no comparison. That road was awful. So we said, let's get the best price possible that we can by combining Carroll Park Drive into the Market Street project to get the best price for price of asphalt. So all of a sudden, 2 years later, 3 years later, we say, wait a minute, there's an opportunity to fund the Carroll Park Drive milling and resurfacing work with LMIG. And so we get a great price for asphalt because it was all part of a SPLOST project, and we fund it with LMIG. That is a common thing. I mean, that's what we do all the time, Councilman. And so that gives you the better price is what we do. So instead of pulling Carroll Park Drive as a separate project and have it as a bid project all by itself, as an LBIG, you would pay 3 times the cost for the asphalt for a small project, as opposed to putting Carroll Park Drive into Market Street, and you got the unit prices of asphalt way low. So you've made out like a bandit is what you've done, because you've saved a lot of money by putting it with a larger project. That's the reason.
However, how do we see the saved money, sir? Where do you bring it to the city council and tell us, all right, this is the money you would save because of this? Because that's where I understand it's possible that it might be beneficial, but from city council point of view, we already appropriated some certain amount of money that was going to be paid with SPLOST. And the thing about SPLOST is 100% paid from the fund that comes from the source of money. But LMIG does require 30% of our city funding for that project. So we're not going to save money at the end of the day if we're going to pay something from SPLOST and then turn around and pay 30% and tell me that I'm saving money. I don't. It doesn't make sense to me.
And I understand what you're saying, Vice Mayor Yasu. Your concerns about how the funding has been presented and how we are saying one thing with the SPLOST, then we're combining it where you have the LMIG, and it's kind of confusing in terms of overall where this project started to where we are now. And so I understand your concern about that. Are there any other concerns or questions that need to be addressed now? Okay. And I guess for Mr. Kaiser and Inner City Manager Cowie, I don't like the looks on some of my council members' faces as it relates to this item. What is it that we can do going forward in terms of however we address items like this, so that there's no confusion, that there is no like feelings of commingling or whatever else. If something starts off in SPLOST, then does it stay in SPLOST? How do we need to document this? Because I don't want this to be an issue that pops up. And I know that there are many ways to handle to get the best price, but at the end of the day, it needs to be very clear for the council when they have to make decisions and vote on these items, that it's clear for them. So help me understand how you can help us help do this and make it clear for not only the council, but the community.
Well, again, Madam Mayor, as I stated before, this item in previous council meetings was as one agenda item. So there was 2 funding allocations as a result of this one agenda item. So therefore, to bring it back to this meeting, it was separated based on the project that is actually being funded under that source of funds. So I split those out for a better understanding of where that money actually is being allocated from. I hope this helps. It was a little bit confusing at the previous meeting. That's why it was deferred until this meeting, so we can have those discussions and pull that information out. Of course, these projects were underway previously and during the transition. My duty is to make sure that I understand what is actually going on internally as well, so we can also explain it to not only you, Mayor and Council, but to the public as well in the questions that you have. So moving forward, we will have the funding allocation listed if we have these projects and the change orders that they're related to and what the amount. I think Councilwoman Hood asked for this first. What the amount, where we started and where we are now. We're gonna do that moving forward.
Okay, great. And then Councilwoman Hopkins.
Okay, I apologize if this question is very elementary, but this between the SPLOST and the LMIG is a bit new to me. But a question for Mr. Kaiser. Is there a reason why LMIG funding would be preferable to using SPLOST funds? I mean, if it was originally put on the SPLOST and then they realized, oh, we can pay for this out of LMIG, why would we do that?
Pricing of asphalt. Carroll Park Drive, as part of a bigger project, Market Street, gives you a lower unit price for asphalt. So you can do more with your LMIG funding because you have less cost for asphalt per ton.
Okay. So
LMIG funds go farther with a lower cost for asphalt.
And it's lower cost because it's SPLOST?
No,
or because it's just a bigger project?
It's part of the bigger project.
I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense to me now. So it's kind of like if you've made up your shopping list and you're going to get this from Walmart and this from Ace Hardware and this, and then you go to the Ace Hardware and say, oh, this stuff I was going to get from Walmart, it's half the price here. Let me just buy it here. So there was a switch made from our shopping list. The SPLOST was our shopping list, but we put it on there and it's only going on there so we can get the cheaper price, but it's still going to be paid for by LMIG. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilwoman Hood. We can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're mute.
Part of what might be confusing people is, are there savings? If we funded all of this with SPLOST and now for good reason, we're going to pay for part of it out of LMIG because it's going to be cheaper. Are there SPLOST monies that then are freed up? And what is that amount? And is it then available to be reprogrammed? So I think that's part of the whole thing of understanding. You have explained very well, Mr. Kaiser, why we would use it. But if we funded it with SPLOST initially, then there should be some savings. So in the future, and perhaps you can even speak to that about this particular one, in the future, I think it would be helpful to have the big picture, where we started, what we put in place, what we're instituting for LMIG, and therefore what's being freed up. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I don't have that number in front of me, but I can give it to your interim city manager and get that number to you for Tuesday next week.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And City Manager, Ms. Cowie, do we have anyone signed up for this item?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, thank you. So with that being said, and there are no additional questions or comments, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I just think some people might be uncomfortable, and you say we've been doing this for 10 years, but I just want to verify this. People might be uncomfortable with the idea that we are voting and approving it through SPLOST and paying it out of LMIG. Is there any danger in that we could be considered doing something wrong? I guess that's my concern, that we're changing the work order on the SPLOST, but we know that's not where it's going to be funded anyway. We're paying for it from someplace else. Would anybody care about that?
Actually, a part of Carroll Park Drive is being funded with SPLOST, Councilwoman. So there's some work being funded by SPLOST under Carroll Park Drive.
And Mr. Quinn, I think you had your.
Sure. Well, hi. I do not have a concern about that. I mean, the SPLOST is its own program where we get these revenues and use them for specific purposes. But SPLOST, in this instance, is just a title that describes the project. So what it really is a contract between the city and a particular vendor to do this type of work. And then the funding source is separate from the contract amendment. And so in that way, I think that it's legally perfectly fine.
Okay, we heard from council. All right. With that being said, and if there are no other comments on this item, we will proceed with item B, which is a discussion of local maintenance and improvement grant program paving projects. And Interim City Manager, Ms. Cowie, I think we talked about this, but you go right ahead and have your discussion point.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have. This is an extension of the item 5A. And from 2019 to 2021, the city requested that the Georgia Department of Transportation, LMIG, is the local maintenance improvement grant project, and the funding for the 3 years be saved until which time it can be allocated to perform the projects that were actually on the LMIG list. And as you can see, Madam Mayor, in 5B, we did have an extensive discussion in item 5A that has an extension or more detail of the LMIG project. And that project that was on the change order from 5A is on the agenda item for 5B, and the termini again is for Clarkston Industrial Boulevard and Bond Street, and the termini is listed on this agenda item. Madam Mayor.
Yes, and so with that being said, Mr. Kaiser, did you have anything else you'd like to add at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, and council, did you have any additional comments that you would like to make on this particular item? Yes, Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, thank you. On this agenda item, toward the end of the page in bold, 2022 LMIG formula amount $91,645. And then the next line, it says the FY 2023 LMIG. Is that just a typo? I realize that these are, you know,
Yes.
F2 so that should be, so we could get that changed.
Yes.
22.
Yes, ma'am.
2022. And then also, am I correct that the allocation for 2020 LMIG and 2021 LMIG are the same amounts?
Yeah, so 19, 20, and 21. So one is, yes, correct. That's exactly right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Right.
Just want to make sure that wasn't a typo or anything. I think it might be helpful when we're listing these projects. Number one, Clarkston Industrial, Vaughn Street, Carroll Park Drive, Rogers Street, to maybe identify that Carroll Park Drive is part of the work or something like that. Because again, if somebody's reading this, they might assume that all of the work at Carroll Park Drive is this, and you have indicated that this is a combination of LMIG and SPLOST. And it's helpful to just add parenthetically that the milling and repaving, LMIG, and the other stuff is SPLOST.
Yes.
Let me see. I think those are the only questions I had about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Councilwoman Hood. Any other questions from the council? Nope. And interim city manager, Ms. Cowie, do we have anyone signed up for this one?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, and there are no additional questions from the body, we will move on to item C, which is the discussion of the allocation of $100,000 for a city resident home repair weatherization program. And Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this item was presented to council several months ago, and there were some things that you guys wanted to see. So I took the item to committee. It was actually sent to committee, and that's where we came up with the amount, which is $100,000. That's 20 families or applicants at a $5,000 max. They don't have to get the 5,000 or use the 5,000, but that was just where the number came from. And if you go to the second page of this item, you will see, second paragraph, I'm sorry, that the homeowners will be able to secure a contractor, and that contractor will be the one getting paid for the services. And they can have a variety of things done listed under home repair and weatherization. If you go to the resolution on the next page, it breaks down everything, who qualifies. It basically gives an example. And then it says the weatherization program would assist homeowners that are enduring financial or economic hardship. And that they have to be at least 60. Well, we put a clause in there that would, if a person does not have a COVID related hardship and they're 60 years of age or older, or disabled, or caring for multiple kids, they could use this as well. If you go to the bottom where the last paragraph of this page, it says, City Council of the City of Clarkston, that the following requirements be met to qualify for such weatherization program. And that's proof of a bona fide residency within the incorporated Clarkston boundaries, meaning you can't be unincorporated DeKalb, or you have to be a bona fide resident. You must be a homeowner for at least 5 years, and the house must be at least 10 years or older. We're not making repairs or modification to newly constructed houses. And you must have proof of a financial hardship within the last 2 years. But again, if you go up the page, if you're 60 years old or older, disabled, or have multiple children school age, you would still qualify. And last but not least, the work must be permitted by a licensed contractor and the city of Clarkston, which means any job, some things are not contractor. The contractor doesn't have to get a permit, but for permitted work orders, you have to go through our city and get those things permitted correctly. But doors, windows, they may not necessarily need a permit. So that's what that part was referring to. Now, without further ado, I'm available for any questions or comments or changes or modifications. Questions?
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. We'll go in this order. Councilman Carroll, Councilwoman Bell, and Vice Mayor Yasu, and then followed by Councilwoman Hopkins, and then Councilwoman Hood.
Wow.
A lot of questions. I'll try to be quick. So I first I want to thank Councilwoman Johnson for bringing this. I think this is a really good program. It'll help a lot of people. I thought we had a really good discussion in our committee when we went through it. So I do appreciate your work on this. Just two suggested changes under the qualifications. I would say the proof of on the last paragraph, I'd say proof of financial hardship in the last 2 years, or 60 years or older, disabled, or caring for multiple school age children, just to make it clear that either one of those would be sufficient. And then the other thing I would say is that I might take out the homeowner for at least 5 years. I think, if they're a recent resident, that their house has a lot of improvement needs for weatherization, or if they're recent resident who's over 60 or, disabled or something like that, I think that we may still want to assist them. They may still need as a new homeowner, even if they're caring for disabled or they're over 60 or something like that, even if they haven't been in Clarkston for 5 years in terms of weatherization. Those are my two suggestions.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Bell?
Thanks. So Councilmember Johnson, I think it's a great measure. I second you on this. So my questions are more so about the operational piece of who will be handling the program. I know we have limited capacity internally in the staff, in the city staff. And so will the contracted inspector be the person that's handling this? And if so, does that mean that we're putting more than $100,000 as it relates to the program as a whole? And then the fee for that contractor, that inspector, to be handling this program?
Okay, first of all work will have to be done by a contractor. So if you want 10 windows, we're gonna pay the contractor for the windows and the services provided. So it's
not
one
that contractor.
service.
Not the contractor, the inspector, the internal inspector for the program.
That's only for the permitted. Anything that has to have a permit, that money is it will be still paid within that same money.
But everything has to have a permit, right?
Correct. So let me give you an example. One of the things that came up when I was speaking with Ms. Cowie, the interim city manager, is if you have a contractor that has never did work in the city of Clarkston, there's a fee. So a fee of $75 to get registered to do the work here. So there are things that are not a part of this, and that would be one of them. But the inspection, we would take that. I want Ms. Cowie, you can speak on that if you like, but we would take that responsibility based on the fact that we want to see good quality work for all of our permitted work. So she said that they would actually inspect those jobs.
So the answer to that is that we're only going to allow the 100K for the ARPA funds, but as a total, it'll be more than 100K that we're dispersing for this program, because we're also going to assist with the inspector. Is that correct, interim city manager or Councilmember Johnson?
Right now, our inspection department, or the inspector that handles our building inspection, is a contracted service. So if an applicant has a job that they would like to have at their home performed based on this program, the trade contractor will have to apply for a trade permit. That's for all contractors, not just for new. That's a $75 fee for all contractors. If that is work that needs to be inspected, it will use our consultant engineer, our consultant building inspector to perform those duties. So we will have to pay that building inspector to perform the inspections on the home, the weatherization project homes, or, whatever is being done at that home.
Okay. And then my other thing, Councilmember Johnson, is I think that we should lessen the year of being homeownership to less than 5. So maybe, 3 years, just because of the pandemic might have stopped people's income or things that they thought they were going to be able to repair, or something might have happened in that time period where these funds could be useful. But other than that, I think it's a great program.
Okay,
thank you, Councilwoman Bell. Now, are you saying keep that the house has to be at least 10 years old, correct? Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Vice Mayor Yasu. Yes, okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you again. And I just want to quickly, because I feel like the sentence that's saying that the requirements, proof of financial hardship within the last 2 years, I kind of feel that could be a little bit vague, because when we say financial hardship, what are we trying to say? Is it how much money you earned, how much, or is it inability to pay your rent, or is it inability to pay your mortgage? And are we talking about any limits on what resources or income or assets that the person have? So I really am trying to see, we want to make sure we are clear when we say financial hardship. And I think that might have to be a little bit clarified, because financial hardship to one person might not be to another person. So I'm just trying to see from the city, for people who will be applying, what are going to be the criteria that our staff will have to rely on. I think that will need a little bit of more clarification, because saying just financial hardship could mean anything. I mean, it could mean inability to pay your car payment. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to see. Somebody might say, I had financial hardship last 2 years ago, but right now I'm fully employed. I have enough income. So are we looking at the resources? Are we going to ask him for his checks, or I'm not sure. How are we going to verify this? So that is going to be a little bit hard. I just want to point that out.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, if I may, do you have any suggestions, Vice Mayor? Because we've had several COVID-driven programs that we allowed our city manager and staff to set the qualifications for. It's just that you can't be somebody that there has to be some form of hardship or economic losses, something, or you're over 60, or you just have multiple kids and your income has been stabilized for 2 years and you haven't been able to make the modifications. So that's why all of that stuff kind of ties in together. So do you have any suggestions for that?
Well, I would just suggest that the difficulty be current, not in the last 2 years. When we say 2 years, it could be something that happened once, but it's not happening anymore. So somebody can say, I lost his job 2 years ago, but I mean, he definitely had financial hardship at that time. He couldn't pay his rent, but then he got a job and he's been working straight for a year. And so will he be qualified? So I just want to say we might have to ongoing, instead of saying current financial hardship, saying an ongoing financial hardship. That can mean something that's still current. The financial hardship is not something that happened in the past, but it's still hampering that person's ability to fix his property. So I think it has to mean something where it has to be an ongoing or current financial difficulty.
And that
So,
wasn't.
Vice Mayor,
Oh, go ahead, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry.
No. I was just gonna ask, would it help if it was something that occurred within the last 6 months? What are you?
That wasn't the purpose of the weatherization program, because some people weren't able to do anything 2 years ago, a year ago. So if you had a hardship in 2020, but now you're okay, well, let's say 2021, but now you're okay, but you still have work that need to be done. So I didn't want to exclude anybody.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So that's, I will take that under consideration. Okay.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm clear, Councilwoman Johnson. You were saying basically as a result of what happened with the pandemic, that if someone faced some hardship, and even if at this point they've gotten stable, because of those hardships that place them in a position where financially they're still not in a position to pay for weatherization, that this program and the criteria that you have set up allows them to be able to do the work, because just because somebody got a new job, they still probably have debt from that previous situation. Okay. All right, Councilwoman Hopkins.
First, I have a question. Does this program also apply to tenants on rental properties?
No.
Okay. And then my next question, and I hate to be the one to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it because I think it's a great program and I say go forward with it regardless. Okay. But I guess this is a question for Stephen Quinn. If we have put a disclaimer in there that there's scenarios that we have spelled out have nothing to do with COVID, but the person is over 60 or is caring for multiple children, can we still take that money out of ARPA, or would it have to come out of like the general fund?
Great question. In this instance, the weatherization resiliency is a specifically authorized use of ARPA. So there is no requirement from the federal government that the beneficiaries of that benefit have any negative consequence from COVID. So that's just something that it sounds like the city wants to put on there, and that would be our prerogative, and it would be no problem to either have or not have that.
I would want it to be there anyway, especially because like I'm 58, so you know I'm getting close. But no, I think it should be on there, and if it had to come out of a different fund, I would be okay with that. I just again want to make sure we don't get in trouble with the ARPA people.
I actually got these requirements from a previous approved weatherization application.
Okay,
that's
excellent. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's a good program.
So to go back to Vice Mayor, the Vice Mayor's comment, it doesn't matter. It's the nature of the program that is supported by ARPA, not the requirements or what led them to use the weatherization. It's the entire program is supported for the use of ARPA funds. So if you want to take it out or limit it, that you can, but we want to be able to utilize the funds. I don't want somebody 58 not to be able to use it, but they had a hardship and have 4 kids that are freezing cold. And the reason that another reason for the 100K is after speaking to a couple of contractors, this is the time to actually do the weatherization before the weather changes. So yeah, that's that. Any other questions or comments?
We have Councilwoman Hood.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you. Also, I agree, excellent program. Since this is only going to apply to owner-occupied units, houses, I think that perhaps needs to be spelled out. It's sort of implied, but I think it could be made clearer. And are we speaking of single-family homes?
It can be a single family home, town home, anything that's still single family. Yeah, we would do an apartment complex if you own it, or a townhome duplex, that type of thing. There's no restriction there. It's just the only restriction is that you have to own the property. No, we don't want the liability of having the owner's property worked on and then them coming back not granting the work.
So did I hear you say it could be an apartment complex or something? Let's quadruplex.
It could be, yes. It could be yes. As long as you own that unit, you can have money for repairs, weatherization, or home improvement.
So if I owned a quadruplex and I lived in one of those 4 units, I could have work done on any of the units?
You have to be a resident of the unit.
Right. If I
You have to be an owner.
And I lived in one of them.
Oh, you just have to be I didn't think about that one. I'll take that one to the drawing board, because if you own 3, you can only live in 1.
Right. So I own a quadruplex. I rent out 3 of them. I live in 1 and meet the residency requirements. Can I use the money on any of the units or just one? I don't know.
You can, well, when me and Ms. Cowie spoke on it, you can use the money. It's 1 application per household, Clarkston address, whatever that looks like. It's not going to be an ABC. Each one gets 5,000. It's the actual unit.
Okay. And it's tied to ownership, so none of the 3 who are tenants would qualify?
No.
Okay.
You have to be only the owners can apply.
All right. But then the question remains of which unit the work could be done on.
It doesn't, as long as it stay within that $5,000. We didn't speak on it, but as it's only 5,000, and if you've ever had work done, that doesn't go very far.
Doesn't go very far. All right.
I would advise them to use it for the unit they're living in. But we can spell that out more.
I noticed that in the need impact, there's reference to energy efficient may include lighting, water tanks, pipe insulation, pipe insulation, which would be weatherization, I guess, water conservation devices. So are all of those things considered weatherization?
It's home improvement and weatherization. That's the energy efficiency part of it, like the toilets with the energy of saving water, the flushing mechanisms, and the hot water heaters that are a little more savvy. So all of this came off of the ARPA guidelines. So all of these are approved uses that I listed on there. They're all, that's why they have it as home improvement / weatherization.
Okay. Would would it make sense for the title of the resolution or the program to add energy efficiency or something like that?
Well, we can, but it's all about the resolution. If if you want to see a modification in the resolution, we can have Stephen take a look at it. But that's the part that basically spells out the program, but it wouldn't hurt to put it in the title. Because it's in the purpose, it's just not in the subject.
Right. And then this might be getting too much into the issue of something that the staff will determine, but all of these statements of timeline, homeowner for at least 5 years, would all of those things be tied to the date that the resolution is approved versus the application, or?
Is it going to be tied to the date of the application or the date of the resolution?
And that may be something that we can address or whatever, but
I'm not understanding what you're saying, because
so it's got to be within 2 years, correct? So
right.
So from 2 years from now, which is April, which was probably after we started the whole issue with the pandemic, falls in line. So then we're covered with that. So we'll have the resolution approved on the May 3rd meeting. And so 2 years from that will be back April, May timeframe.
Or we can just do 2019 to 2022. It doesn't, it's
what needs to be
just not
within
to put a date. Do we need an actual date?
The funding started after the pandemic. So this is all related from the pandemic. So March 20th was when we dealt with the pandemic. So anything it needs to match up with that time frame.
Yeah, the reason is if I wanted to apply and I see that I have to have lived here 5 years or whatever year's number, then I want to see if I qualify. And so if I'm a fairly new resident, then the question is, from what date does the clock start ticking for me to qualify to have lived here a certain number of years?
Good point. And so I guess the best thing to do is when this resolution is approved, if it's approved, which is to say that from 5 years from the date that it was approved, the resolution would be the starting point. Is that good with everyone?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just make sure, once this is voted upon, that, if it passes, that in terms of the documentation, that the documentation will cover from the date that the resolution was approved 5 years. Does that work, Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the council? Councilwoman Bell, did you have your hand?
Yeah, I had it up and I took it down. So the only thing I would say, my recommendation is that we don't use property owner. I think we use the initial language you already have in here, Councilmember Johnson, which is homeowner, to make it clear, maybe even define what that means, so that Councilmember Hood's point, people don't get confused if they own a property and they don't stay in it, because then it gets convoluted to how to prove it. And then the other thing is, I'm slightly perplexed. Councilmember Hood's question about the application and the resolution, because they should be back to back. So even if Councilmember Johnson says it's 5 years or 3 years, it's 5 years back from today's day. But I digress. Don't hold it up for me. I don't need an answer to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Bell. Any other comments from the council? Hearing none. Interim City Manager, Ms. Cowie, do we have any public comments?
Amy Medford, and then Brian Medford.
Mrs. and Mr. Medford.
I think this is a great proposal. There are some things that kind of make me, that I would like to put out there. My concern is, one, I don't think you need to be a homeowner for 5 years. I think new residents should also absolutely be able to take advantage of this, especially because the majority of our housing stock is about 20 to 30 years old on the newest end. So that's a lot. And if you've just moved in, then there's definitely some needs that you're going to have on your house. And that can even make home ownership more accessible if you know that you can get this grant from the city to make some much needed repairs on the home you're about to purchase or have just purchased. As to the hardship issue, it should not be just ongoing. A hardship that you faced last year, say job loss for 8 months, you will have incurred, could have incurred a great deal of debt that you've not been able to pay off, even though currently right now you have a job and you're making your bill payments, but you're inundated with debt so that you can't get these needed repairs. So I would leave it as is. Just any hardship that you've had in the last 2 years, that's fine. You qualify for this, because the goal is to get people help, not put in so many hurdles and so many roadblocks. To that, on the issue of home ownership, I really think it needs to be able that if I rent this and I get a letter from the landowner, then the land or property owner, then yes, they should be able to do this. Like, people that rent should have access to this. And I think you need to include that. If I own a quadplex, then yes, I should be able to apply for this weatherization for my tenants. It is only $5K, but that could make the difference between me getting the work done and not getting or not being able to afford the work to get done. So I would encourage you to more inclusive in that language from that perspective, because the goal is to help people and to help families. The goal isn't to throw up roadblocks or punish people because they haven't lived here a certain amount of time, or not let people that live in renters, which is the majority of our housing stock, are rentals, that we should be able to help all of these people, not just a small sliver of them. Thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Medford.
Yes, so I mentioned this last time we were talking about it, and I would like to see something carved out for renters in the city, just because we do have such a large number. Quite often, it's not the renter's fault that the place they're living is poorly winterized, poorly weatherized. And there are lots of options out there that are fairly easy to do and fairly cheap, as it were, that can make a difference in energy bills for a renter. Low flow shower heads, strip caulking on windows, draft blockers on windows as well, insulated curtains. They're all things that can be done temporarily and possibly even without even the requirement of the permission of the unit owner. But it's often left on the burden of the renter themselves to pay for the sins, basically, of a poorly insulated rental unit. And it's very difficult to get past that without getting a renter, the property owner. We have enough problems with that already, getting property owners to take care of their stuff. And so there are ways to do that. And it may be a potentially a sister program to this one that could be for renters. But I think we shouldn't leave them out in the cold, because literally, we shouldn't leave them out in the cold, because just because they're not a homeowner here, if somebody's been a resident of Clarkston for 5 years or 3 years or whatever, they should be able to, and they can qualify for these things, and they don't own the property. Well, if they've been here for a while, they're still a Clarkston citizen. And I think we should open this up to them as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public? Ms. Cowie?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Councilwoman Johnson, for this project and initiative. And you've had
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Feedback. Thank you. And we'll proceed on with item D, which is the discussion of memorandum of understanding by the Veterans and Community Outreach Foundation, VCOF, for ARPA funding for veterans assistance programs. Ms. Cowie is for this one.
I don't see the applicant.
Is Mr. Johnson or a representative from the call on today? Okay.
Madam Mayor, he had some technical difficulties getting on or something, so it'll be a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do is
just a little background based on the agenda item.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, please.
This is to discuss allocating ARPA funding in the amount of $55,000 to provide funding, food, and outreach assistance to veterans in the Clarkston community. Their request is, again, to assist veterans, their families, and underserved populations with assistance to healthcare services, housing, food outreach initiatives, and transitional programs. Also to provide workshops, classes, and any additional services that a participant in this program would need, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And what was the total amount that they were asking for?
$55,023.
How much?
55,000.
55. Okay, 55. Okay, 55. All right. And as many of you know, the Veterans Group has worked with the city probably over the last year, doing various activities, helping out. They have a partnership with the Clarkston First Baptist, where they're doing programs with them as well. So they have been very involved in terms of the work that they've been doing in supporting not only the veterans in Clarkston, but other residents as well. So they've been out with the food drives and other programs that we've had. They've been out at the COVID initiatives and things like that. So they have been very active within supporting our community. And so is there a representative from the organization present? Okay. Right now, Council, did you have any questions about this item? Yes, Vice Mayor Yasser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I first want to say I'm very thankful to the services that the organization has been already helping us. I got a question in terms of the method of how are we going to allocate the funding? Is this going to be a reimbursement basis, or is this going to be, is there going to be some kind of MOU agreement between the city and the organization, and will the funding be disbursed based on the MOU, or it's just going to be a lump sum, $55,000.23?
And
that
Ms.
probably would need a specific question that should be answered by the applicant, but our previous, the MOUs that we have signed now, Vice Mayor, we have a reimbursement policy for those MOUs. They will provide the service and then provide the receipts to us, and we pay them for those services. As outlined in the MOU, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the council? Yes, Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you. So my only question is how this will be phased out. If the programmatic, the goals that they have as far as their proposed programs and then their budget, it doesn't kind of explicitly state how they will execute on it. And if possible, for the applicant that submitted this, if you could send a budget that kind of outlines what program tier the funds will be going to, that would be super helpful for me to be able to analyze and like understand where the funds are going for the program, because you kind of lumped it all in one right now. So those are my only questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Bell and Councilwoman Hood. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
There
we go.
Okay. Yes, I have a fair number of questions. It would be helpful to have the presentation. On the food drives, are the food distributions related to the gardening that they're proposing, the aeroponic gardening? Or would the food come from another source? I'd like to know more about the aeroponic towers. I think it's
so the hydroponic gardens that they had. If you, I'm not sure if you weren't on council at the time when they did the presentation, but they talked about and they brought examples of those to the council meeting to show how that's set up. And then the food distribution, if I remember correctly, the food distribution was something that they did in addition. So those are separate items.
Okay, so they will acquire the food in some manner, but it is not the towers are not the source of it. Okay,
right.
And I think it's a great program, and I would I have some questions about how they will be recruiting people. I think it said there are 200 veterans in Clarkston.
Yes, and according to the census taken, there are 210 veterans, I think, listed based on the census. And so working with the Veterans Department, they can find out, and they've been doing surveys when we've had different events to identify veterans in the area.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, and anyone else? And then I'll let Councilwoman Bell go ahead.
The last statement. So when they're able to, the applicant, if they can explain the surplus of funds that are used in this budget for like operational admin, that would be helpful. And then the other component of it that I'm concerned about or have questions about is the health fair versus the food drive. Well, the food drive based on participants is 200 plus, and the health fair is 50 plus participants at each event, which, I mean, in the past experience, you know, you'll have more people at the health fair because there's less of a cost there than the food drive. There's more of a surplus of food, equipment, getting people there and distributing it. So I do have some technical questions, and then just the question about the admin salaries, as well as some of the other things. And then if they're going to do any community partnerships with organizations that already exist, because based off the census numbers that you presented, these individuals already reside here, and I'm sure receiving some services maybe in the city or right outside the city limit, but it will be helpful as far as like outreach and engaging them to find out also if they have any of those partnerships with some of the organizations that already exist in city limits.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you. And Councilwoman Hopkins.
I'd just like to say, I mean, I think this looks very, very similar to what was presented before. And I think the same concerns were raised in that it was just kind of a big bucket catch-all without being itemized very much. But I have to say that this group really knows how to endear themselves to the city because their performance at the previous food drives for all the Clarkston residents is nothing less than amazing. And they definitely turn up and, you know, put out the work and do a lot. They are very, very engaged in the city. So I really do appreciate them. I am a lot more amenable to this now than I was when I first heard it. I do have questions about the vegetable towers just from my history as like a vegan chef. I'm like, I don't think they're ever going to get that amount of vegetables off that tower. Like you would do better to just spend the $7,000 on vegetables. But there is a lot of good stuff in there that we need to seriously consider.
Okay. All right. And again, the ask was the 55. The council has a discretion as well. So just keep that also in mind in terms of someone may ask, but we do have the overriding authority to say how much. Okay. Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Ms. Cowley.
Amy Medford.
Yes, Ms. Medford.
It looks really great. There's a lot of interesting programs and ideas and opportunities in this. I would like, I guess, to ask the council a question that they have asked and insisted upon for all other groups coming to the city for money. How are they going to make sure that it's only Clarkston residents getting served? That seems to have been a sticking point on several other groups looking at the city for funding for support programs. So since nobody else asked it, I thought I would pitch that back out. Council, this has been a deal for you on every other issue. How are you going to solve it on this one?
Thank you, Mrs. Medford. I think more so we don't have the applicant on there to be able to ask that question. So we will keep that into consideration as a follow-up to him. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. Outstanding. So we'll make note of that because again, we are consistent in terms of what we ask the other applicants to do, and we'll keep that in consideration, and we'll follow up with the applicant so that they know what concerns and items were brought up. Thank you all. With that being said, and no additional comments, just as a touch base, I want to make sure we didn't go through this in terms of consent agenda, because I think most of the stuff that we talked about, we're going to have to talk about next week. So I'm just going to double check. Under old business, item A, is that a consent agenda or not? That was a change order for the SPLOST.
I'd be fine with making it.
Is that a consent for everyone? Nope. Okay. Nope. Got a note. Item B. Is that a consent? Nope. I see a no from Vice Mayor Yasi. And then just so the public, so you understand what we're doing and why I'm bringing this up, is that if the council has had enough time to deliberate on an item and there's no further discussion and they're all on board with proceeding with that particular item, we would move that particular item to be a consent agenda item so that we could vote for it at one time. If a council member has concerns or would like to express something during the council meeting, then that item stays as an agenda item where we go through the normal process to make a motion to proceed with it. I just wanted to make sure I cleared that up. Item C, which is the weatherization, is that a consent agenda?
I think we probably need to discuss it.
Okay, we'll discuss it. And the memorandum, that's definitely not a consent agenda. So I just wanted to make sure I walk through the items so that for clarification, if we have the option. So with that being said, we'll move on to item E, which is a discussion of SPLOST 04B and C Rowland Street Road Dye Project, Rowland Street, Norman Road to Market Street. Interim Center Manager, Ms. Cowley.
This is actually an item that was brought before us for discussion. This is
by Vice Mayor Yasi.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Yasi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So on April 13th, I received a call from the owner of Firma Insurance which is located at 3704 Market Street. And he shared with me his concern that his clients were not able to get to his business from Market Street, and they only could access it by going on Church Street and making a right on Norman, then making another right on Rowland Street. So it basically boxed his business as he described it. And I went right away. I checked it myself, and I saw that there was a big block sign on Market Street, and there was a cone that was placed on Norman Street. So I really don't know why that road was pretty much closed, and everybody was coming to this specific business. They were just crossing the do not enter sign, and they had no other option but to do that. And to make the matter worse, if there was anybody coming to this business coming from Milan Park or Norman Road, they would have to make a U-turn somewhere on Church Street, and in order to get to the business from Rowland. So all in all, the flow of traffic going from Market to Norman was really not, from Norman to Market was pretty much hampering his business effectiveness, according to him. And I saw it myself. I called Councilmember Johnson, and thanks to her that she came and she saw it herself as well. Councilmember Hoods also did go see it, and Councilmember Hopkins also confirmed with me that she did see it. So I think that the issue is clearly it's blocking access from Market Street, especially to this business. And the address of the business is on, as I said, it on 3704 on Market Street. So the only solution that would easily fix this is to divert the flow of traffic from Market to Norman. That way, that he would still have access to it. People would have access to this business from Market Street, and that would be the most, I think, financially feasible way, is just to divert the flow of traffic, and that would accommodate this business. And we are talking about a very small road, which is going to be one way, and on the other side, it will be only for pedestrian and cycles only. If there are any questions, I believe the business owner is also on the line, and if he have any comments, I definitely would like to hear from him as well. His name is Jonas. I think you have it on Galaxy Note 10. Please go ahead, and if you want to say any word, Jonas. You are muted, Jonas. Go ahead now.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jonas. I'm a business owner over 10 years here in the city of Clarkston. And so what happened, as Councilman Mr. Iyasu stated, that I have been having difficulties for all my clients to access to my business. It's just been a big mess as far as them getting in here. As he mentioned, my address stayed 3704 Market Street. When people Google my address in a Google map, it brings them to Market Street. So there is no way for them to go back and go in the back end of Norman and be able to come to my business. So it's just been a mess. So what happened, what they've been doing, they've been going to the next door business, the dentist, and they parking there. And he got his own clients. So it just became a gridlock in his parking lot. My parking lot is clear, nobody parked. But his parking, my clients and his clients ended up meeting all of them in there. So the engineer, when he made a big mess. He gave us complete, the way he consulted us, and what happened is completely opposite. So, but now it's already been, the mess has happened. The only way you can fix it, the way I see it, that one-way street need to be changed from Market to Norman versus the way it is right now, the way he got it from Norman to Market, which is just going to be a mess in the long run if it's not being fixed. If it's not going to be fixed, clearly my business is just it's not going to be, it's going to be a mess with the clients, getting access to my place. So if this is not going to be fixed, I just have to find other options. I'm not sure what's my options. If this one-way street cannot be changed, we don't know what we're going to do. So looking forward to hopefully.
Okay, and thank you, sir, for sharing your concerns and problems with the changes that were made. And I see is that Mr. Barker?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm the landlord where Jonas was talking about what the Vice Mayor and Jonas had expressed. It is the exact information I have with regards to the property. Jonas had been our tenant for the last 10 years since we bought the property. We never had an issue when the original layout of the streets were the way they were until such time that those changes has taken place. What it have caused is a lot of grievance for our tenant. It affected his business, it affected his customers, and it devalues our property also. Now, the only property affected in that area is ours. The city hall is beside our property that have their own way, the police station, the dental office, all the neighborhood in that same area have normal access from the main road. But with this new revision on the Rowland Street that have taken place, it have heavily impacted our tenant. And if our tenant and it devalued our property also. With such kind of changes, we might potentially lose the tenant. We might potentially lose a steady income that we have invested all our lives in. So what we ask in the council is to review it, and make the necessary changes where it is feasible that everybody have his say in it, meaning that the tenants, the customers are able to access the property the proper way, the normal way, as opposed to making a lot of additional driving. And you know what, at the end of the day, people will just avoid visiting this business. So what we are asking is the necessary change, as the Vice Mayor has expressed it very well. I think he have visited the area, I believe, and that's why he have noted it very well. And I share all those grievances from Jonas, our tenant, and I hope that the city council take a deep look at it, because what promised and what was done is totally different. What we understood at the time before those final decisions were, or before those changes have taken place, is not what was explained to us, to our understanding. So, that is the only thing I can say, is for you guys to review and and make the necessary changes in order to save the business and save the property in essence.
Okay, thank you. And we'll start with Councilwoman Hopkins.
If, first and foremost, I would like to apologize to the two gentlemen that are here because clearly this was not as planned. It not only created a difficult entrance for you guys, but it actually created no legal entrance to you guys because the only legal way your parking lot could be entered is from Norman, and it has been blocked with a big road closed sign for about 2 months. So the only way they could get there illegally is to make an illegal turn going the wrong way on a one-way street directly in front of the police station into your tax accountant's office on tax week when everybody is very nervous. So that is just a disastrous situation on every level. There's no question about it. And those I understand because I did stop by and talked to Jonas. Those one-way signs went up about April 10th or something, like 5 days before tax day. So all of the customers could not figure out, if they're very daring, yeah, they'll turn the wrong way on a one-way street in front of a police station, but most of them parked somewhere else and hiked it in. And it was just very unfortunate. The timing was very unfortunate. The situation is very unfortunate. I would like to suggest as a solution, first thing, that the direction be reversed, that the traffic go from Market to Norman, but also to eliminate that right in, right out thing at Norman. If the customers are going to be directed by Google or Waze or whatever to go down Market Street and make a left and pull into that parking lot, and they have to pull out to the left, they should be able to circle the block and get back up onto Church Street. And even if we change the direction of the one-way flow on that, which I definitely think we should, they still won't be able to go around the block because there's those barriers have been put in concrete in the middle of the street that people cannot just loop around the block. Now they have to make a right turn onto Norman if that were to stay there. So I think we need to eliminate the right in, right out from Norman into Rowland and change the direction on that. Would that be acceptable to you, Mr. Bakar and Mr. Jonas?
Yeah, that'll be fine. As far as I'm gonna have access from Market Street to my business, I'm perfectly fine. I mean, that's the only option we got. I hope we have more option than what we have right now. But the engineer did what he did. But at this moment, yeah, we can, as long as we can get access from Market Street, I'm okay with that.
And then be able to get back onto Church if you follow it down to Norman. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And Councilman Carroll.
I guess my question to Doctor is, what was presented to you that you were okay with by the engineer? Like, what was your understanding of what you thought it would look like when you said?
My understanding, it would not be a one-way street. It will be traffic coming out of Market Street, and then will be a dead end right by my driveway, and then coming out of my business, they will be able to make a right and come out in Market Street as well. So that was the only way. So, but come to find out, it's totally different than what was originally was submitted. And I was never told it would be 4 or 5 different plans will be presented to the city council. If I had known that would be the case, we'll be present just like we are present in the meeting, and we'll be able to stop all these mess that just happened. But that was not the case. He just told us, he gave us one option, and that's what's going to be. But we didn't know it would be 4 or 5 options presented to the city council.
Thank
so
you.
Really, we were not consulted by the engineering. The engineering had one word, he said one thing, and then he ended up doing something else. And that's what we got right now.
And then I guess my other question was for Larry Kaiser. So if we just switch the traffic flow and had it go from Market down to Norman instead of from Norman to Market? Would we have to make any other changes to the project?
No, there is no additional cost, just moving signs around.
Okay.
That seems like the best solution to me. But I'm open to what the rest of the council thinks.
And to remove the barriers on Norman.
Well, okay, wait a minute, Councilwoman Hopkins. Councilwoman
Right.
Hood is next.
Yes, Mr. Kaiser, at the two driveways that have entrance on Rowland, concrete islands which funnel traffic consistent with traffic coming from Norman to Market. So I would think that those would, first of all, I don't know why those would be included in this project. I would think that arrows might have been appropriate. You can see where cars have hit those things. I would think take them out, but if they can't be removed for whatever reason, they certainly need to be reworked. So if you're going to send traffic in the other direction. Now I realize that you can still use those, but it means an unusual turn for a driver. So I just mentioned that, and can you explain to me why those were needed and what would need to happen if the direction of travel was changed?
Direction of travel change from Market to Norman, then we would, in all likelihood, remove those islands on those two driveways and just place arrows only to ensure that traffic does flow in the Market to Norman direction. We also have signage going in on the small concrete barrier that will have a sign that says traffic this way. It'll be an arrow pointing to the left coming out of the driveways, as if it's a one-way street.
Right. So why were those concrete things installed to begin with?
So,
And
yes.
cheaper to put arrows there?
No. So the original discussion with council, when we offered all these different options, was that the traffic would flow from Norman to Market. And that alignment in that manner, that right in, right out that you see now makes all the sense in the world, because that's what you do on a one-lane road with a barrier in front of it. It's like you have a median, like Highway 78 as an example, where those driveways, some of them are right in, right out. You see concrete islands in some of those driveways on Highway 78. That's what we did on Rowland Street to keep people in that direction, in that flow traffic.
Right. But this isn't, I don't want to debate this endlessly, but this is a 1 block long street. So to move on from that, I went back, I wasn't on council when this was approved, so I went back and I listened to the discussion. And when the discussion was had about making Rowland one way from Norman to Market, it was not made clear that part of that included eliminating access to Rowland going northbound on Norman. In other words, if you're coming southbound on Norman, turn right onto Rowland. But that means that access to the property was limited to absolutely one opportunity. And so I'm wondering why. I think that was critical information for people to know in making decisions, that by sending traffic in that direction, anybody coming on Norman toward Church would not be able to turn on Rowland.
Yes.
Is that a necessity?
Yes. And so So we have so one of the changes, there's a lot of history to this project. One of the, let me back up to what the tenant mentioned about the road closure. Road's been closed from Norman because of construction. Signs have not been put up, areas not been put up on within the island. So it was a safety issue for road closure. It was not open yet. So we kept the Market Street side open 100% of the time for access into that gentleman's property, except the last 3 days or so when resurfacing took place on Market, where Mike Inspector spoke to the owner or the tenant and said, it's going to be hard for us to have access for you because we're resurfacing Market. Could you please park on the dentist property? The tenant said yes. And so I want to make sure that's very clear, very clear. My second comment, let me make my second comment. My conversation with the tenant, as well as the owner of the property, was exactly that. And that is, my recommendation to council would be, which I did make very clearly, that we would begin the road closure just past his driveway. He's 100% right. That was my recommendation to council. And so it is something that was discussed. It was an option on one of my 5 options presented in the spreadsheet to keep that driveway open. And so the third option, the third conversation, Ms. Hood, is this. We have some changes to that island where we're going to have a pedestrian crossover from Rowland across Norman to the other trail head or the other trail across the street over to Mock. We have some modifications that we need to do to that little small raised island to allow those left turn movements from Norman on to Rowland. So that's the contractor issue. And he made a mistake and he's going to make that correction. So we're going to correct all that.
I will.
So in the future, no matter.
One moment. I want to make sure everyone's muted who is not supposed to talk. So if you make sure that you mute your line right now, because I still see some people who are not muted. So Mr. Barker, could you mute your phone as well? Okay, perfect. Now go ahead, Councilwoman Hood.
So if the direction of travel stays the same, then this property can be reached in either direction from Norman. If the change in direction is made, can the property be reached in either direction from Market?
So if the traffic flow goes from Market to Norman,
yes,
then they'll be able to come in off of Market on that 1-lane street, that 1-lane road, enter their property, and then exit their property and continue to go down Norman Road.
Right.
And either take a left or a right.
Right. But if they're coming in either direction on Market, can they make a right turn into the property as well as a left turn into the property?
They will after we remove the signs, yes. The reason the signs are up is because we were going based upon the original council decision to have traffic flow from Norman to Market. So that's why those signs are up. That's the only reason.
Okay, so I think this is getting sort of complicated. I think before a decision is made, something needs to be illustrated clearly to the property owner and business owner and other members of council what exactly would be in changing the direction of traffic. So the removal of those concrete islands, the ability to access their property in either direction from Market Street. So coming south or going north, the signage, etc. And I did review the information. I just listened to the information from December 7th. And I do know that you stated that the owner liked option 4. I will just leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that. One final question just about the overall project. Those, as long as we're talking about it, those rubber pylon things on top of that wall, are those necessary? I read the information originally on it and it said there was just going to be reflective tape on the roadside. It looked industrial to me, again, to use the word industrial.
Everything I do, Councilwoman, everything I do is for traffic safety. The height of the median, the narrow median down the road, the yellow delineators that are rubber on top of that island is all for safety, 100% for safety. And so to keep drivers safe on that one lane road, that is what I believe should occur. What you don't see, so on the Beltline, as an example, another trail sort of project, and the Beltline crosses over a couple roads. I mean, I've been down there many times. You have, in a number of instances, other trails where you have small medians with those yellow, sometimes they're red, delineators on top of those little small, narrow medians. So what we did is we said, you know what, this is very comparable. You got to be sure that cars don't jump that median. They clearly see the median because you have pedestrians and bikers within a few feet. And so everything I did out there was for traffic safety and for pedestrian safety.
Mm-hmm.
So if the look is industrial, then we can surely chop those things off and put reflectors.
I am one person's opinion and one person's. So this gets back to the issue of things get built that council's not aware of. And getting back again, the information was only that there would be this wall in the center, low wall, and that fine. And now there's just one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other, down a city block. And it seems to me that not only is that kind of overkill, but it's sort of a waste of money and it looks industrial. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And okay, and Ms. Burke, we're gonna let you speak in a moment. I see Councilwoman Johnson, and then we'll allow you to speak after that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is for Larry. Larry, you mentioned it wouldn't be any cost to change the flow of traffic from Market to Norman. Is there a fee to take up these, I don't even know what to call them, the thing on Norman? Yeah, the little islands. Is there any fee?
Yes.
Can you give us a cost analysis on that, as well as if we would just stop the traffic at the corner of his driveway, which was an option?
Mm-hmm.
Can you compare the two? I know it shouldn't be that much to remove, but that was always an option that you gave us.
Yeah. So if you wanted to go back and have full access to that driveway off of Rowland, then you would put basically not a barrier, but you would put some form of delineators. Basically you cut off the concrete island from his driveway up to Market, right? You remove it. And so when you do that, then you'd have to put delineators, bollards, or something across both of those lanes, right? So that no cars go down either either lane, because at the end of the day, you're going to have pedestrians and bikers going down both sides of that lane, right? You're going to close that road. It becomes no more cars. Both sides of those lanes become used for bikers and pedestrians only. You're going to have a concrete median down the middle of it. So the median would be removed from Market to his driveway. He has full access. You would have full access into his driveway. And so what you have is you then have a full pedestrian, bike, total road closure from his driveway down to Norman Road. Full closure, full closure. What's odd is you have a little concrete median down the middle of it, right? You have a separation now because you're not removing the entire concrete island. You're keeping the island in place. All you're doing is removing the island from his driveway up to Market, that little short section. In that case, he has full access into his driveway. So you have a shared bike, pedestrian, and car shared roadway from his driveway up to Market.
Mhm.
Which is the, we talked about that at the council meeting back in December.
I remember. Okay.
But
Okay.
To Councilwoman Johnson's question, there's a couple of costs in there that we need to make sure we're clear on. Number one is the concrete turn
Median, right in, right out, right?
right in, right out. That needs to be removed both from his property as well as the property down where the medical offices are. So that's one. The second piece is where on Norman Road. So you're saying that piece will be removed as well too.
Those small, yeah, enough for people come in and out of. Yeah, correct. That was a contractor mistake. We caught it, and that's his cost. There's no cost associated with that.
Okay, all right, so it's his cost. And so then it's option part 3, should I say part 3, of if the council decides to cut the concrete to allow full access into the property owner's driveway. So we would need to know what those costs would be for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Barker, if you want to make a comment at this time.
Okay, yeah, I would like to, Madam Mayor. Now, if the contractor was the owner of the property, all those changes would have never taken place. Okay, so it is a one-sided, okay, approach that had taken place that choked the property, choked the business. Okay, because the way I mean, I invite every one of you to visit the property and have a look and try to drive to the parking lot of the property. I mean, even though all of you are very familiar with the area, you would have difficulty getting into the property the way it is right now. So how could somebody, okay, have taken such actions? Okay, and why would there be need to make any changes now? Why were they, to start with, done without any consultations? Okay, this thing was done purely one-sided, okay, to the benefit of one of the contractor, basically, because it blocked everything, it destroyed everything, it created so much difficulty with our property and with our tenant. So what we are suggesting is, before any decisions are made, I think it is prudent upon the council to visit the property. Please drive there and find it yourself if you can get into the driveway. In addition, how narrow the street is, and what about the I don't know what you call them. There is some of the construction that had taken place is not even to a standard, because when you get out of the property the way it is right now, you have to be extra cautious not to damage your car. Okay, so my only ask is very simple. You cannot allow us to have our property choked the way it is. We need to survive. The business need to survive. Customers need to visit our tenant. Okay, so that is the only thing we ask. I mean, we're not asking anything else. It used to be fine for the last 10 years since we owned the property, and suddenly changes are made. We appreciate what the city is doing, but what actions were taken by the contractor are unethical. okay, to say the least. We should have had consultations done properly before any ground was broken. But right now, everything is done, and things have to be redone now in order to correct it. And that's what we are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll thank Vice Mayor Yasu for making sure we put this on the agenda. And I know most of the council members have been out. I know myself and Councilwoman Hood, we were around the property, walking around, as well as Vice Mayor, and many of the other council members have looked at the property. And so we are hearing what you're saying, and it's part of the ongoing process so that we can ensure that you're heard as a business owner. We will not make decisions like this without having the business owner present. You know, and even from a vote perspective, we won't do that unless you had a chance to be a part of this in a council meeting. And that way we can ensure that whatever was said is said in public, on the record, for the minute. So we just want to make sure we going forward that we're all in this together, okay? And we're gonna make sure things get right, okay? So Councilwoman Hopkins.
Okay, I just want to clarify the direction I think we're going here. We're talking about the islands within the tenant's parking lot, right? Or within the property owner's parking lot, those that were to be a right in, right out if you were going from Norman to Market, directional thing. I just want to point out, because this, I think, goes like across Clarkston, we have a lot of this. If we reverse the flow of direction, that same island would work just as well as a left in, left out from Market to Rowland. And either way, as Mr. Bakar said, you have such a high risk of damaging their car. They're just unnecessary. They're completely unnecessary islands, and they've been there a couple of months now, and they're completely blackened by people's tire marks because it just makes it very narrow. So I think the islands in the parking lots, whether they're functional or not, they're not helpful. And they need to come out of that parking lot, and also the ones at the health center. And Mr. Kaiser, you also said the island on Norman was a contractor mistake, and so it's going to be adjusted. How could that possibly be adjusted so that you could make a left turn in if you were headed north on Norman without removing the whole thing? I mean, is adjusting it mean like removing it?
No, the end of it. So that's a long island. So we need to cut off, a contractor cut off maybe 3 or 4 feet of it. I haven't measured exactly. You'll be able to cross over the crosswalk there and make a left onto Rowland Street. Going northbound on Norman.
So what is the purpose of it? What is it accomplishing? Because it seems like another tire buster to me.
Yeah. So the purpose is to provide delineation for a crosswalk. Bikers and pedestrians that go from Rowland, from one side of Rowland across Norman to the other side, to the Malk Trail piece of the Path Foundation Trail.
But if cars are also going to be using it as a lane to turn, then it's not really a crosswalk. Is it? Like, what benefit is it giving the bikers and the walkers if they stop in the middle because they're at the crosswalk and they're protected on both sides, and then a car turns into them? I mean, if it's also meant to be used for car traffic, it seems like we really just need to take it out of the road.
No, cars are required to stop at a pedestrian crossing because there's signs up there that say the same thing. And so the cars going northbound on Norman Road will have to yield to any pedestrians, any bikers crossing from Rowland over to the Malk Trail.
Right, and they would have to anyway. I mean, you have to stop at any crosswalk if there's somebody anywhere, with or without an island, correct?
No, so you have a splitter island, a small concrete island on Norman Road, so that drivers northbound or southbound on Norman Road know that there's something strange ahead to give them more visibility of a pedestrian crossing. So it's more of a notification issue than anything else. And that's not my design. That was a designer. That was a design from Pond, who has done hundreds of his trails throughout Atlanta.
And was that in the original plan
Yes.
that
Yes.
we approved?
Yes. Yes. From 2017, 2018.
No, but she's saying when we made the plans for having that divider in the middle, was that shown?
Yes.
The design.
Yes, almost positive. I don't remember. It's been since December.
Okay.
It's possible. I don't remember anymore. Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So I think to the concern that Councilwoman Hopkins brought up, we're all in agreement that those turn things in the driveways need to go.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the other question that has come up is that island that was created on Norman.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what we need to kind of see a visual of this, because I think that would help people to understand when we're making these changes, we got to make the right changes. And what all of these turns, one way, this way, cut this, what does it look like from a graphic, from a rendering? So I think that will help people to see what this looks like. Not architectural design, because I saw what we have. They need to see a photo of graphic design of what this is going to look like. And I think that will help the council, because it'll help me. So I'll say it for myself. It'll help me with this.
So Ms. Mayor, can I make one statement real quick? This work was not done in a vacuum at all. The property owners, Zufon, the dentist, and the property manager for that complex had at least two field conversations, not just with me, but also with Mr. Barker and Mr. Gomez. And the property manager who represents the board of directors for that complex indicated they saw no problem at all, and I have the woman's name, no problem at all with a right in, right out with a one-lane road. And that was discussed at least 3 times. So we did reach out to all the property owners numerous times. And the only question was how we dealt with Zufon's firm's driveway access on the Rowland. That was the only outstanding issue, which is what I brought to council.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, and thank you, Mr. Kaiser. And what we see is we voted on something, we have it, it didn't work out. It's not working out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we just got to make sure whatever it is that we need to do to make it right, that we make it right.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've had conversations, and I don't want to get past that point that we did. But where we are today is we got to make it right.
Mm-hmm.
We got to make it right. And so we're all on the same page of trying to make sure this is right. And so we appreciate all the work that you've been doing. We want to make sure our business owners can still be successful.
Mm-hmm.
And as a council, we're going to continue this discussion. So that goes to Councilwoman Hood and then Vice Mayor Yasu.
Yes. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
You are.
Thank you. I just want to state the obvious. If one of the options on the table has to do with the property owner who's represented here, that still means that there needs to be some consideration of whether there would be and what the access would be to the other property that currently has a driveway on Rowland. So it needs to be a sort of a comprehensive thing, because one change affects another change here. And having graphics on each of those, I think would be important. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Yasu.
All right, so I just want to make sure we go back and check what we're going to have on our council agenda next Tuesday. So the first thing is we are talking about reversing the traffic, number one. Number two is removing those islands within those 2 businesses. Third one is removing that island on Norman. And these three things, I just want to know if the council is okay with all these three things, and if there is a consensus, so that we can go ahead and advise the construction and Mr. Kaiser to know that that's what we are contemplating. So we don't have any confusion. No, we thought this is what it was. So we are doing three things. We're changing the flow of traffic, and we are going to remove islands, 2 of them on the businesses, and the 1 island that was done by mistake from the contractor. So this will be 3 things. This definitely will help. I think this will alleviate the problem we have with this specific property. And I just want to say, I actually went back to our work session on December, and I'm really thinking, I'm like, oh God, how did I didn't think about this? And some of the comments I went on heard includes like, oh, this place is not a restaurant, so it doesn't have a lot of flow of traffic. But I personally, in the future, we should never think like that, because it could be a restaurant in 10 years from now. So we should not think about what is the business right there, right now. It could be a hotel 20 years from now. So the issue is access to the main road. And this could always be changed in the future if there is if we can accommodate that specific business, give them another access for market maybe. But this is something that can be done in the future. But we should never say, oh, this is just not a restaurant, so they don't have high traffic. So we could make the decision lightly. But I just want to say it was also my fault, because I gotta admit that I should have spoken up at that time, but I didn't get it. So, but now we got it. I think we're gonna correct it. So I think that's all I want to say. And if this can be on consent agenda, that would be something that would help us. I think we discussed whatever.
I gotta know. No consent agenda. And Ms. Cowley, do we have any other public comments on this one? Ron Medford. Mr. Medford.
Good evening, everybody. Wow, this is quite the discussion. The consequences of our own actions coming back to greet us. To hear the property owners say that they were presented with the option that was agreed upon, that would have allowed them to have access to a very short section of Rowland to get to their driveway. And that's what they were expecting. And that was even what I recall Zufan agreed to. I think she even signed something saying this was agreed to. And then the council just threw it away and said, no, we're not going to do that. We know that we asked you your opinion. We gave you 5 different options and asked you to pick one, but we're going to ignore what we asked you to, because we can't have Rowland Street closed off, because that's what the public was told was going to happen for years. We were told for years Rowland Street would be closed, pedestrian bike friendly only. But the demand was made that it had to stay open because we had to protect Rogers Street. So here we are now. We have wrecked this guy's business. We ignored what we asked him for input on. How are they going to trust us again? I don't understand how this is going to. I feel bad for this guy. I've been to that location. I don't think I've even met one of them before, because I think one of them owns property across the street from me. But this is just insane. And if I'm trying to picture this correctly, and changing the directions, it's going to cost us a lot of money in demolition to fix this now. And so what would have been a plan that would have worked had we listened to the person when we asked them what they wanted and followed through with that, we wouldn't be here now. And I hate to say it, part of the goal of the whole Rowland Street project was pedestrian and bike safety. Yes, that's what a crosswalk is for safe crossing. And when you put that island in there, it keeps you from getting run over from morons who aren't paying attention. I bike that section quite often. Same thing at Indian Creek and Rowland Street. without those concrete sections, it's a suicide run sometimes. You don't care what the laws say. Yeah, technically they're supposed to stop if you're in a crosswalk. It's hard to say that when you're bounced off the hood of a Cadillac. Those concrete things make them stop and think and slow down. So just tearing them out willy-nilly for whatever reason we're not thinking about is stupid. What needs to happen is we need to actually think about what's going on and think about more than just one street in the city that seems to be the focus lately, and actually help this guy in a productive way. I'm kind of worried about how we're going to solve this, because it sounds like we're going to send traffic with cars going down possibly the wrong side of the road, which is going to be confusing. But the cheapest solution may just be going back to the solution that we presented to them and said they were going to get. Take from Market Street, open Rowland Street back up to this guy's driveway, drop bollards on both sides, close Rowland Street the rest of the way we were promised 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messer. And any other public comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. And council, yes, Councilwoman Hopkins.
I would just like to say that until we approve whatever changes in the meantime with what is happening today, right now, if the expectation is for the accounting office's customers are to turn from Market because Rowland is still closed and go that way, that we cover the one-way sign. So it does not appear that the expectation is for that we're directing them to go wrong way on a one-way street. And I think that sign may have come down. Did it, Mr. Kaiser? The one that is like facing them as just as they come out of their parking lot?
Yes.
It did come down. Okay. So that was the scary thing, because I did that when I pulled in there. I'm like, I'm in your parking lot and there is no legal way for me to have gotten here. Like, I had to break the law to get here. I had to go the wrong way on a one-way street. So that was the problem that was set up, and we should have probably included some signage and hidden the one-way signs until we had a viable means for their customers to get in there. And especially not on an accountant's office on April, mid-April. Anyway, okay, so we will discuss it again next week.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hopkins. And with that, we will close this agenda item out and move on to item F, which is discussion change order 38 for SPLOST 04 B&C, pedestrian enhancement, trailhead and Rowland Street, Rogers Street, chicane removal and speed table installation. Vice City Manager, Ms. Cowie.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. This was previously referred to the Transportation and Environment and Public Safety and Legal Standing Advisory Committee with the review with the residents. That meeting has taken place, and we are discussing today at City Council meeting. The community meeting was held with staff members of council in November of 2021, and as of yesterday, that allowed residents to express their concerns related to the installation of chicanes on Rogers Street. 6 chicanes have been approved for installation, 4 have been installed, 2 chicanes are pending installation, and that discussion was brought back today for a decision, Madam Mayor. Where'd she go?
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know. You see me? Because my computer's acting crazy right now. So
we can hear you.
Okay, so Mr. Kaiser, if you wanted to go over the designs that or information that was sent and show us where that rendering is as well, that'd be great.
I sure can. So let me do this first. Is that too small for everybody, or can you see it okay? Let me go up a little bit. How's that? Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I put together a summary and rendering and some pictures of what we discussed the other day. So let's go through the cost first. So the cost to remove the chicanes is $13,748. We have a quote from Soul Construction to do that. I put a note there because in the correspondence I had with council a month or 2 or 3 ago, I put a notation that there may be some amount of damage depending on how we remove those concrete chicanes. And I also mentioned that we are milling that road. So I don't believe that there is going to be any damage to. If there's damage, I think we can fix it. But I just want to mention that depending on how difficult it is to remove those concrete islands, there may be some damage to the subgrade of the road that we might have to go in and put some asphalt in temporarily or some concrete. So I just mentioned that because that might be a possibility. We won't know until we actually begin removing the chicanes. So the cost for 5 speed tables, traffic control number, 5 speed tables at that dollar amount, thermoplastic striping for 5 speed tables, and 2 traffic calming ahead signs. So instead of having signage, as I think Councilwoman Hopkins mentioned, being too industrial looking, my recommendation is then, because that's a short street, to put in traffic calming ahead signs on both approaches to the speed tables. So one on the Market Street side and one on the North Indian Creek side. And I have a picture of what I would recommend here in just a second. So the cost for 5 speed tables is $53,925. The cost for 3 speed tables is $35,175. All right. So we have the resurfacing and milling costs, which we talked about a little bit. All right, so let's go down to the plan sheet. This is what I think everybody's interested in. So I went in the field yesterday. What's today? Tuesday. No, this morning. And let me reduce the size of this just a little bit more. Let me move my thing out of the way. Let me reduce it just a little bit more. Okay. So you see Market Street. See where my cursor is? That's Market Street. Can everybody see that? The first speed table would be where that black line is. That black line is about 200 feet or so from Market Street. It's right before the first driveway that's concrete into the Methodist Church parking lot. So we'll get to that here. See that match line? So you move the cursor up to the match line. There is the first driveway into the Methodist parking lot. So that speed table is right about right there. The second speed table is just past the second entrance into the Methodist parking lot. See that? That's a driveway. That's a driveway. So that second one does not impact either driveway. You move down further and you get to Hill Street. You got another speed table there that is not affecting that driveway. It's not affecting the driveway going into the Baptist Church parking lot. And it's not affecting that driveway that's right across from Hill Street. So that's 3. Here's Hill Street. The next speed table would be just past Hill Street, but before College Avenue, right there. And then the 5th one would be North Indian Creek, just coming off of North Indian Creek, about 150 feet from North Indian Creek would be a 5th speed table, and I call it number 1. So if you go on site, on the road, you'll see them labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like I have them here on this plan. If council chooses to only put 3 speed tables, then what we would do is we would most probably take that one that's closest to North Indian Creek, move it further down the road, someplace in here, right before College Avenue. The second one would be someplace in here, and the third one would be all the way up here. And I didn't mark the third. I didn't have a plan sheet for the third one. I can easily go out and mark them on the ground. I was thinking that too many marks on the ground might confuse people, and so I've identified 5 of them. So you can see them on the ground as to where they would be if there's 5 of them. So let me go to the next one here. So let me increase the size of this one. So there is a speed table. It's on Mill Avenue. That is the striping you would see on the speed table. If I can increase the size of that just a little bit, that sign there, speed humps ahead, 20 miles per hour. That's not my description of what the sign should be. That is the ITE manual recommendation that governments utilize all day long. So instead of saying speed humps ahead, I would say traffic calming devices ahead, 20 miles per hour. There'd be one on the North Indian Creek side and one on the Market Street side. 2 signs. That's the presentation, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Council, did you have any comments at this time? Yes, Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a new information that I received yesterday at the meeting about the project, the fact that if we don't act on this before Friday, that the project will be deemed completed and the person who was supposed to do the project going to pack up and leave. I am, in a way, not really happy the fact that we just learning this now at the last minute. If the fact that they were going to leave, if not, then there will be increase of cost for the entire project, I guess. Even though we know that it's not completed, they still were supposed to mill it and resurface it, and on top of that, they were supposed to do 2 more chicanes, which they haven't done yet. So I'm really not sure why they are planning just to say, okay, we're gonna get done with this, and we're talking about just a matter of few days before the city council meeting. So I'm not sure how we're gonna proceed, and I think it might be necessary to have some consensus on this agenda item, and if the city attorney says it's okay, I would strongly encourage us to go ahead and let's say we approve or we have a consensus for 3 of them speed tables, and we agree that the city manager would negotiate with the other contractors and agree to something that makes sense and that we don't have to end up paying exorbitant amount of money to complete this project. So I really want to encourage the city council at least to have some consensus, and if it's okay, if the city attorney says it's okay, before we vote on this, if the city manager would be authorized to negotiate with the contractor and get this work started before Friday, and tell them that they need to do this job. I mean, complete it properly, just like they agreed at the beginning. And so those are my comments on this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to do this. I'm going to do Councilwoman Hood, Councilman Carroll, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilwoman Bell, and Councilwoman Hopkins. Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, thank you. I think it's important to have a similar diagram as has been presented for the 5 speed tables to show the location of the 3 speed tables, because it is possible that that is what will be approved. And we don't really have anything that shows that. We have something that shows 5 and a verbal discussion about which ones would be eliminated and where they would be moved and that sort of thing. And that's sort of not the best way to approach this. I also would like to hear from some of the residents about 3 versus 5. And I would like to also get a recommendation or just some thoughts from Mr. Kaiser on the difference functionality on traffic calming there between the 3 and the 5, but definitely a plan that shows the 3. Thank you.
I ran out of time, Councilwoman.
No, I'm not. I can understand because this was something that was discussed last night. So I'm impressed that you got one that shows 5. But from the standpoint of being able to evaluate them, attach them to whatever is approved, have the residents look at them, we will need both, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Carroll?
Yes, so I would kind of lean towards the 3. I think 5 is an awful lot on that short stretch of road. And I understand some residents may want that, but I think in practice, if they went through 5, they would realize that's a lot of bumps for a very short stretch. I think 3 would probably be sufficient to do traffic calming. The other thing I would ask Larry Kaiser, so is it true that something has to be done by Friday?
No, yeah, no, so I have a conversation early this morning, as well as your city manager. And the issue is more of not a remobilization and mobilization back in, which is what I was told originally by the contractor last week. It is a matter of cost for asphalt, and the project is actually beyond the time period that it should have been completed. And so it is a matter of cost increase of asphalt. And to give an example, in January, actually December 2020 is when the contract was signed. It was basically a 12-month contract. That's what the contract terms called for. So you look at where we are now, the price of asphalt in the contract was $117 a ton. It is now over $200 a ton since December of 2020. And so what the contractor will be doing is reaching out to the city manager in a few days. And I think, Shawana, I think you can confirm that. And he's going to have a price from his subcontractor, which is the asphalt contractor. And he's going to have what I believe a modified price per ton for asphalt. And it's going to be more than $117 a ton. I have no doubt about that. If it's the same unit price, then I'll sit down and bow in front of the contractor and I'll say, thank you for being so grateful to the city of Clarkston. But I sincerely doubt that's going to be the case. And so it is a matter of price increase of asphalt beyond the contract terms. And that happens rather routinely all over on projects the last year or so. That's not uncommon at all. And so it's a matter of price increase the asphalt. Shawana, am I correct about that?
Actually, when I had that conversation with Soul Construction this morning, the concern that I did have with them, because I wanted to be on that initial call to make sure that we did relay our concerns to them as well, that of course the project ended a little bit early while we were on our phone call last night. However, if there is a price increase, they are more than willing to work with the city to not make sure that the price is increased. I wanted to make sure that by no means that the cost of the project is increased. So what they've given us as an estimate 2 months ago, they said that they will honor that. They will honor that cost. So during our discussion, I wanted, again, to make sure that we were firm on the cost that was provided to us 2 months ago. And as much as Soul says that he enjoys working with the city of Clarkston and wants to continue that collaborative work with us. So if he has to take a loss based on the cost, he said that he will actually take that so that we can still be in have a positive relationship with them in the work that they do for the city of Clarkston. That was my conversation with them.
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. So we have, wait a minute. Councilwoman Bell, did you still have a question? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay, and then Councilwoman Hopkins, and then Vice Mayor Yasu.
Hello. I'd like to thank you for all the work you did. I would say that I too would advocate for no more than 3 speed bumps because it's so short. But also when you said that you would move them, if it was just going to be 3, then you would drop the one completely or move it closer to the stop sign. And I'm not sure I would agree with that because it's the speed bumps, just like the chicanes being too close to the stop sign. The other day when I said cause you to roll right through the stop sign because you're trying to navigate a different traffic problem. And by the time you realize you're through that onto the next one, you've already crossed the stop sign. So I feel like it works better if you have some distance between the speed bump and the stop sign. So I'm not sure I would move the number 1. I definitely think we need to reach out to the residents on that street a little more. If the company is willing to work with us on the price, and it is the same firm that's doing the Vaughn Street, correct? And the
Same
Clarkston
contractor,
Industrial.
the
So
asphalt contractor.
they're
Yes.
going to be around for a minute anyway. And I think we have time to reach out to the residents on that street and get their input on that because they've really kind of burn out on us. And so I think the more input we can get. Also, my next question is, I noticed the striping you're talking about on the speed tables. One thing that I have seen on your speed tables that I have never seen anywhere else, and I went over about 150 today because it took me 40 minutes to get a block away from Emory School of Medicine. I don't know why traffic, but I was going through the residential neighborhoods, a lot of very similar speed tables, but they don't have the yellow line down the middle of the 2 lanes as yours do. And I'm wondering, can we not do that? Just like everybody else is just the 2 white arrows on the approach where you're going into the speed table and not put a yellow line on the residential street, even just for a table.
Is that a question, I guess, to me?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, we can remove that. That's not a deal breaker in terms of safety, correct?
As you can tell, I am not a fan of safety yellow anywhere in a residential street at all, if it can be avoided. So thank you. And thank you for the idea of just putting like a sign at each end, and that's the end, because the initial suggestion of there being 20 signs on a street 2 block long just about made my head explode, but thank you. Okay.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just going to follow up on what the city manager said. And so the conversation you had with the contractor, is this going to be in writing? Are they going to agree in writing, or it's just verbal?
They are. They're going to give me that confirmation again. They know that the pavers did leave early because they finished the work early, and that's why they've already left and not on the Thursday that we thought that they were going to finish the project. But they will have that confirmation for me this week in writing for us to have about the cost.
So in meantime, that means the contract is going to expire on Friday.
Well, the way that they understood the project, and I think I've also had this conversation with Mr. Kaiser as well, that the contract, they would have been completed with the project on Thursday and would have removed the equipment, actually left the city by Friday. According to them, it's not a done deal because this was already a project that was to be completed. And to them, they were not under the impression that the rest of the projects that we had contracted with them were completed. So they're just waiting for them to come on back. They stopped early today, not only for weather, but because they finished early.
Okay, and last question, which I have to, but it's really I'm uncomfortable to ask. But why didn't the council know about this cutoff date earlier than yesterday?
Are you asking me or you're asking the project manager? Oh, I did not know that they even finished yesterday until I had that conversation today.
Yes, and that's exactly right. So sometimes things happen in construction very rapidly. They actually finished sooner than I anticipated. So when I had that conversation with council, I was not aware that they had left the city. Did not know that at all. And so, my folks don't give me a minute by minute breakdown of where the contractor is. So I didn't know about it until later on, Councilman. That's why.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the council? Okay, hearing none. Did we have anyone signed up for this one?
The Medford, Amy and Brian.
Mrs. Medford, Mr. Medford.
Yes. So I'm glad we're getting this fixed and set up. And I want to just say, Larry's been doing what he's been told. Larry's been a great asset to this city. I just want to make sure I say that because I believe he's been doing a good job. And so just not going to say what else that might mean, but Larry's been doing a good job, just to get that out there. As for the speed humps, I think start out with 3 because I'd hate to scrape off 2 more when it's decided that we don't need them and we're back again trying to do something else. The markings, I've been through several neighborhoods where they're unmarked. God help you if it's raining and you don't see them and it bounces your car. Also, it's a safety issue, but also Mel Avenue and Poplar have fairly recently installed speed bumps. They're painted, but nobody had a problem with it over there at East Avenue and Poplar. I'm not sure why it would be a problem to have them painted in a safe way on Rogers Street. It kind of boggles my mind here. So having the signs are very important. Again, you don't want to throw an obstacle in front of a car when somebody's expecting a smooth road. Even at 20 miles an hour, it can really throw off the driver and possibly damage the vehicle. So I know that aesthetics are in play here, but also let's be safe as well and not throw safety out the window for something that might be perceived as aesthetics. As for the timeline, we probably could have been done with this weeks ago if we had done some special call meetings and handled it. I think if there was a deadline, I think Larry's already addressed that. The equipment's already in town. They can still handle all this stuff. So, but I think there's some lessons to be learned here. And I hope we learn some of them from this whole debacle. Maybe next time we repave Rogers Street in gold, because I'm pretty sure this is going to be the most talked about street in city history, second to Hill Street. So we should probably immortalize it somehow. But yeah, so let's just fix this and try not to revisit it in 6 more months when we realize we should have thought about it some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Medford.
I think that the speed tables should match the rest of the speed tables in the city. Otherwise, as far as aesthetics goes, it just looks weird and bizarre. And since nobody had any problems, with the painting on the speed tables on East Poplar and Mel, then perhaps we should keep with consistency. I really hope there are some lessons that the council is learning in not just what's happened on Rogers, but also on Rowland with communication. I think it's amazing that you guys are so interested in what the residents want. Please keep this motivation going forward. There's a lot of things coming down the line, and getting critical resident input is huge. And I love that you're now interested in it. Please don't lose that interest. In light of that, please also remember that Rogers Street is more than the 6 houses that front that section on Rogers. The entire city uses Rogers Street. So when you seek for resident input, please go beyond those 6 houses. That street is used by a huge number of people that walk it, bike it, and drive it with cars. So take all of that in consideration. Don't stop at just those 6 people. And I have to say, we've been really impressed with the stuff that's been done by Larry and his crew on our end of the street and in other sections of the city. They've done a great job. And to be honest, council throwing him under the bus is tacky and just not okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the public? All right, hearing none. I still see 2 hands up. Are you, Councilwoman Hood and Councilwoman Hopkins, are you done with any comments? Okay, you finished. Councilwoman Hood, you finished?
I do want to try to clarify something, if that's okay, because
sure.
My understanding of what Councilmember Hopkins was proposing was simply the elimination of the yellow center stripe on the speed tables. That would be the only change. It sounds as though, and I may have misunderstood what Los Medfords were saying, that they thought perhaps that all of the markings would be removed. So, Councilmember Hopkins, can you please clarify for the council members and for the public what your comment was about? Thank you.
I was just referring to the yellow stripe down the middle. I definitely do still want the reflective paint on the white arrows approaching from both sides and the stripes across the top of the actual table. All of it, just the yellow stripe was overkill and unnecessary and very untypical. And I did actually object to that on Poplar Street as well, but I did not say anything about it.
Okay, all right. And I see Jill and John. Did you guys have a comment?
I mean, at this point, I'm observing and trying to digest of everything. You know, the Medfords have made some pertinent points. I understand from a cost perspective, 3 is obviously cheaper than 5. You know, I'd want to do as little as possible to keep the traffic, you know, calm. I do think I will, you know, I walk the neighborhood with a minimum of 4 dogs a week. There's other people, other neighbors, you know, down College Avenue I've discussed this with, so I'll be talking with a lot of people tomorrow about the meeting this evening. I'm again going to walk the street tomorrow and look at the markings that Larry made. Again, thank you for getting all of the work done, you know, on that overnight basically and this morning. I would still suggest a possibility of 4, but you know, again, this is all still open for discussion. I'll be discussing it with, you know, some more of the neighbors here on Rogers Street. I think we're headed in the right direction, but it still is just a frustrating experience at this point. But just appreciate everybody's time and staying, you know, on this call this long and getting all the information together so quickly so that we can move forward.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't see any other residents out there. With that being said and no additional comments, we'll go ahead and close this item out and vote next week. So with that, we will move to new business, which is item A, discussion of the conditional use permit from Robert Allen Chambers, DBA, All Nations Society of Atlanta, for the property located at 4320 East Ponce de Leon Avenue, Clarkston, Georgia, 30021, Zone RC, residential commercial for Mission Society. Place of assembly, public hearing at City Council meeting, May 3rd, 2022. Ms. Kelly.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is a conditional use permit request from All Nations Society of Atlanta for the property to be used for a mission society. A conditional use permit application request shall be heard at a public hearing to determine whether or not the applicant's proposed conditional use would generally be in the public's interest. In considering whether a proposed conditional use is in the public interest, the mayor and city council shall consider the following among other relevant factors: whether the conditional use will be injurious to the use and enjoyment of the environment or of other property in the immediate vicinity, or diminish and impair property values within the surrounding neighborhood. Whether the proposed conditional use will increase local or state expenditures in relation to costs of servicing or maintaining neighboring properties, and whether the establishment of the conditional use will impede the normal and orderly development of surrounding properties for uses predominant in the area, and whether the location and character of the proposed conditional use will be consistent with a desirable pattern of development for the locality in general. Madam Mayor, the Planning and Zoning Board and staff has reviewed this conditional use permit, and we did meet. Staff did recommend denying the conditional use permit request to allow for a mission society, a place of assembly, along with the Planning and Zoning Board. Madam Mayor, the applicant is in attendance if you have any additional questions in reference to this conditional use permit request.
Okay.
And this Mr. Ellsworth.
Okay, Mr. Ellsworth.
Hello?
Yes. Hello. Did you like to make any comments, Mr. Ellsworth?
Yeah, I honestly wasn't aware I was going to be the one speaking. I thought someone else would be here speaking tonight, so I apologize. Yeah, we are a mission society that is dedicated to serving new Americans. It kind of built up organically over the past several years. We were set back a couple years by the pandemic, of course, but we have been renting a mission house at the property on Ponce, 4320 East Ponce. It's a office building. There's a parking lot there. And part of the things that we do is gathering people. And we would like permission to continue to use the space. We do have a parking lot that we will do not expect to be exceeding the usage of at any time. And we do think that we would we do think it is a wonderful property, and we would very much take care of it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can for anyone.
Okay, thank you. And Councilwoman Johnson, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, my question is to Mr. Ellsworth. You say you're already conducting this business where you are now? You've been there?
No, we're not conducting business there. We had been doing some things there, but we have been we weren't really a business for a long time. We were just a group of fellow churches. We're Lutherans, and Lutherans have a long history of serving the new American communities that come here. And we'd been serving people, and we developed relationships, well, a lot of them with a large group of kids, and we're just looking for spaces to do tutoring. There will be gatherings. We will there is one church that would like to church plant with us, so we'll allow them to use the space on Sundays, but we'd like to use other times for ESL classes, for after-school tutoring. We volunteer at the Grace Village Clinic sometimes. So our model is more based on advocacy, establishing long-term relationships, not just like have a social worker client relationship, but actually become part of people's life and family and home. So I don't know if that even answers your question very much. Does it?
Are you having church down now or?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. That's
Okay.
it.
Oh, that's it. Okay, Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Ellsworth. Just a
Hello.
quick question here around the services. You mentioned tutoring, teaching, and some additional classes. What are the gamut of services that you're going to be providing? Because it also seems like
so we did a community evaluation, and what we found that the people's largest desire was actually just access to general information. So when, as many of you probably know, when someone is new to a culture, some of the things that we take very for granted, or some things that are even hard. Like one gentleman had a couple barrels of oil sitting in his yard, and he said that he had bought the home, someone had left him there. What do we do with these? And I said, I don't know. Let's call this the city, right? Let's figure it out. And we eventually dealt with it. Or how do I, get there's power lines going through my tree here. So a lot of it is based off our interactions. And so basically a lot of it is going to be just being there and being available. But other things that we'd like to offer are ESL classes, conversation partners, which is a very simple, ESL, and tutoring is our basics. Although now that it's moving towards summer, we'll probably have more of a fellowship program for kids with less, homework. So, yeah.
And what's the plan to scale, Mr. Ellsworth?
Huh?
What's the plan, if there is a plan for scaling? So the services that you provide, you just mentioned that during the summer, there'll probably be
so for the tutoring program, because it's after school tutoring, it's like homework tutoring. It's a very easy form of tutoring that's just directed at helping kids with their schoolwork, really. So because kids won't be in school during the summer, we'll probably have some sports programs and things like that. Very, we provide meals when we get the kids together and things like that.
Okay. And currently, how many individuals are you having inside of the building that are gathered for any of these services?
At the most, we have had 30 people in there, but that hasn't been since we've been asked not to do that. We haven't done that. So yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Johnson.
Mr. Ellsworth, what would be your what are your hours of operation?
Our hopefully right now we're starting on Sundays. We're afternoons. We are hoping to if we can have an appropriate amount of volunteers to also be open Thursdays and Wednesdays right now. That's tentatively because we're a volunteer organization. We don't currently have a full-time employee, although we do have a member of the community who's finished his pastoral education that we would like to call as a pastor if everything works out, But right now it's just a few days a week. We do hope to expand if we're able, and as we're able.
So this is going to be a church that offers extended services? Okay.
No, this is a mission society. It's a little bit different thing than a church because our work is to provide mercy care. It's not a church. There's trying to think of examples. You might have heard of now they're called Inspiritus. They were formerly called Lutheran Services of Georgia. That was started as a Lutheran Mission Society in a similar way. It has it's grown and it's kind of become a different thing. But or Christian Friends of New Americans, they're a St. Louis Mission Society. I can point you to several of them, but what a lot of resettlement organizations work with people for about the first 6 months. We understand ourselves as maintaining relationships with the New American community beyond that, where people need more advocacy, because what we firmly believe is that what really helps people is having intimate relationships with people who are not new to the culture, right? So it helps with navigation. So it is there will be, we do hope it'd be wonderful to have a church plant, but our goals are a little bit broader, and our hopes are to not just in the Clarkston community, it's beyond also. So yeah.
And this would be looking at the documentation that was submitted. It said the proposed use is a place of assembly for church / mission society, where you would actually have a residential use as well.
So
Someone's
I don't know about
actually living there.
we don't have anyone living there. That's, I don't know if that, I think
Okay.
it's I think there's confusion over maybe some filling out the application if we didn't do it correctly, but there's no plans to have anyone living there. I know that. And I think that the confusion might be because according to the IRS, there's several types of organizations that can classify themselves as a church, and a inter-congregational fellowship association of churches can call itself a church legally, but still be like a mission society. That's one of the designations, I think. So I'm not the lawyer. I thought he was going to be here talking. I apologize. So if I'm not clear about that, I'm yeah.
And did you just move into the location?
No, we've been there for about a year, waiting to launch. We've been filling out paperwork. We have had some fellowship there until we understood from the city that what we were doing wasn't proper. So then we kind of stepped back from our fellowship. We have used some other locations, Grace here in Atlanta, where I'm the pastor, St. Mark's Lutheran in Tucker. But yeah, we don't have a place in Clarkston currently. Well, we do. We want to develop what we have. I mean, we're committed to being there long term. We have garden beds that we've installed so we can offer some gardening to some people who live in apartment complexes who we know, things like that. But right now we're waiting for approval to get started. I mean, a few people show up with sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 for things, but no large gatherings.
And at the time of rental, were you aware of what you could or could not do in that location?
No, I was under the impression, and I was told, I don't think that our landlord's a very supportive, friendly guy. I'm not trying to say that he would do anything wrong, but I was told that we would be able to function in the way that we want to there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Yasu and then Councilwoman Bell.
I am just curious if the applicants have also reached out to the several churches that are already in Clarkston, and I'm just trying to see if they tried to reach out and they were not successful, or if they were denied by any other church. If not, I'm just not sure. I think it would be great if you guys could partner with other existing churches. And we have, I think, several churches in Clarkston that I don't know if they would be okay, but I'm just curious. And if you have not done it, I would strongly encourage you to try to do that.
We do hope to. I would say that we are a fledgling infant of a mission society. We are still, I mean, we are a 501c3 legally and all that, but with our own church body, we're still finalizing our status. We're as Lutherans, we do things in good order. That's almost a byword among us, that we do things very slowly. So so we do hope to partner with other churches. We hope to, I worked for a refugee service organization called Christian Friends of New Americans in St. Louis in the South Grand community. And I do hope to partner with the college there. But we want to make sure we have our foundation set before we move forward much more quickly, if that makes sense, sir.
Okay.
So
All right.
really brief,
Councilman Bell.
really briefly here, is it entity, not mission society? Are y'all working with Inspiritus at all to provide some of these services that you mentioned?
So we work closely with Inspiritus. Inspiritus is half staffed by our church body, or half their board is, I think it's actually like 40%. I don't know the number. They're members of our church body. And so we actually, one of our former pastors was on the board. So yeah, we do look forward to partnering with them as we are able. Like I said, this started as very much as a grassroots thing, not something I ever thought was going to be a 501c3 or anything like that. It started just with us volunteering a couple places. That we do grocery delivery where we bring groceries to people's homes. We found that people getting out is a big difficulty. So we do have a van and things like that we can transport people, but we were doing some in-home ESL stuff, and then the pandemic happened and kind of slowed us down. But through that time, that's kind of when we had the idea that maybe we need a property to be able to serve the people that we want. Yeah.
Okay, and so because Inspiritus is in the city of Clarkston, Inspiritus and I worked with them before, so I just wondered if there was some collaboration or connection there. But then you mentioned your property owner or your lease. What are the terms of your lease agreement right now? Is it
we have
year?
we have another year left on our lease currently.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilwoman Hopkins, did you have a question? You're on mute.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, so you're currently just operating as a nonprofit, just doing volunteer work, helping through the community, correct?
I'd say that's appropriate. I'd say that I mean, really what we're trying to do is to establish relationships. We are doing some volunteer work here and there, but it's a little bit slower because we want to establish meaningful relationships. So we're a handful of people really that are serving. Yeah.
Informal loose affiliation of people
Yes.
trying to do well.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess. Yeah.
All right. And what was the other, you said another church was hoping to like
so
share
we are partner, we have several partner churches. One is I'm the pastor of Grace Lutheran. We're the mama church of our church body here in Georgia. We have our partner church in Tucker. One is River Cliff Lutheran, a church in Cumming. Oddly enough, there's a lot of people who drive from Clarkston to Cumming to church fairly frequently. But well, a lot of people get driven too. I'd say that. And a couple other churches that are slightly supportive, but not as officially supportive, I guess, because we have a couple volunteers from each of those congregations. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comment? Quick question, Ms. Cowie, what is the capacity for the house in terms of the total number of people who could even be there from a fire code perspective?
See, that is the question, Madam Mayor, that we actually did discuss during our planning and zoning board meeting. The current location is 1,115 square feet. The capacity load will not be able to be determined until we actually understand what the use is going to be, and then the fire marshal does the inspection for the location. Because currently it has 2 offices, well, three offices, and it's a tutoring location with a tax office currently in the house. So that maximum capacity load will be different than a assembly of what the definition of a mission society would be based on the square footage of the home. So I hope that answers your question.
And what was the total square footage again?
1115. 1115. Okay. Okay. All right. And Councilwoman Johnson.
My question is, there's already within that 1,115 square feet, there's 3 businesses already.
There aren't. I think that we are the only
and this
people
is the
using.
third.
We're the only people using our building. There are 2 buildings. I think that our landlord still has something marked as operating there that is not. So we're the only people using our building. There is another building on our property. I think it shares a similar address. I don't know if it's the same address or a different one. That also is owned by the landlord.
Yeah, it doesn't. And it's actually this location. We, just like we told Pastor Ellsworth, that we were not aware that the landlord was not occupying the space because he currently has 2 active business licenses at the location. And he has not informed us that those 2 businesses are not in operation at this time. And I think you were going to have that conversation with him, Mr. Ellsworth, to clarify that.
I did. I don't know if he's acted on it or not. I spoke with him though.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson, did you have another question?
No, ma'am. I'm removing my hand.
Okay, thank you. Any other council questions or comments? Yes, Councilman Carroll.
I had one question. Have you received any complaints from neighbors or anybody asked you to do anything differently, or any neighbors expressed any concerns about it?
I have not, nor has anyone that we are associated with. No one's told me that directly. No.
That's all I had.
Okay.
But we have gotten complaints to your question, Councilman Carroll, about the parking on, I think that's West Hill Street. Let me make sure I have that correct. On the street during Sunday services, they are not aware of where the Sunday service is coming from, but they were concerned about the excessive traffic on that street.
And that was not our service. Our landlord was meeting there. I think that's what it was. I don't know. Yeah.
Understood.
And if we were to grant this conditional use permit as a condition, would you agree that there would be no parking on Hill Street, that your only parking would be within your own parking lot?
I would take people to the church nearby and drive them. I'll tell them no parking on the street there. I would be happy to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Hood.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that there were 2 houses or 2 structures there, and I'm looking at a plat and I'm not seeing that, but part of it's obscured by an overlay. Are you referring to the house at the corner?
Yeah, I think that maybe that was my confusion. Maybe I confused the issue and I shouldn't have brought it up. I think that does technically have a different address, but it's owned by the same property manager. Yeah.
Okay. So my understanding is that the request for the conditional use permit is for 4320, which has fronted one structure with frontage on East Ponce de Leon and a driveway off of West Smith Street. And that the larger part of the parking, which seems to be connected there between the 2 structures, the larger part of that parking lot is associated with the house at the corner or the structure at the corner.
We have access to the full parking lot.
As a condition of your lease term?
Yes, yes, that is correct.
And so that then brings up the question of is 4312 using that parking as well?
Not much. There is a tax and accounting firm there, and I think that they usually have one car in the parking lot from time to time, maybe two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Councilwoman Johnson, did you still?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to make one comment to council. Basically, living in a community with a church, a residential community with the church, it can be very, very troublesome. I probably could have picked a better choice of words, but the church was grandfathered in, and now their capacity has been reached, but it still accommodates our neighborhood. So it can be a problem if we issue you a conditional use permit today, and 15 years from now, somebody says, oh, you gave the church a conditional use permit, so I want a church. And that conditional use permit is going to carry with the property, not just your business. So we could be setting that little neighborhood up for total destruction later as far as traffic is concerned. So that's something we got to really, really think about, is the future of the landmark if we give the conditional use permit, because we can't take it away just because you move. You get what I'm saying? So
I understand that, and I apologize because I meant to go to all the houses in between the last meeting, this one. We've had some medical things, and I apologize. It is my plan to go to those houses and speak with the individuals at the residence. So I meant to do that before tonight, but I'll do that before the council meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments from the public? City Manager Cowie.
Amy Medford.
Yes, Mrs. Medford.
Okay, I think this guy's got a great plan and a great opportunity. He's already numerous times promised to abide by whatever capacity the city says, whatever parking the city says, whatever legal limits the city puts on him, he has already agreed to follow. I wish every business in our city was this concerned and willing to be this conscientious of the rules. It would be amazing. He has agreed numerous times to do these things. He's going to follow all of the rules. He has said that. The right of assemblage is a cup. It's the only way you get right of assemblage, so that it can go in any zoning code, in a zoning designation. So he is doing everything appropriately right for getting, like, he has to apply for a cup, because this is exactly what a cup is for, is this kind of mishmash of getting together of people. He's already said this is not to be a major church service. This is to be a community outreach place where people can get the things that they need. I can assure you, with the influx of all of the refugees that we have gotten, that our resettlement agencies are taxed beyond capacity. So there is definitely a serious need for this kind of a service where it's a little bit of everything. It's a little bit of tutoring. It's a little bit of ESL. It's a little bit of just managing through life in a foreign country. And so there's nothing that they have talked about offering. I feel like with the attitude that he has had about how willing he is to follow all of the rules, that should they grow past their capacity, they will take it upon themselves to find a new space. And so you won't have to worry with that. It is unfair to view negatively this guy based on what somebody else in that property did before he got there. You can't carry over judgment like that. Likewise, it's also unfair to punish him based on what somebody down the line may or may not ever actually do. This isn't in the middle of a tiny residential community. This fronts a major street. It fronts ponds. Like, there's not a teeny tiny community that this is nestled in. It does back up to some houses. And if folks park in the wrong places, that's on the city to enforce. And then the city goes back to the business. So if in the future a business shows up and they are not parking where they're supposed to, that's an enforcement issue with the city. It's not the fault of the business. The business makes the fix and moves on. If the business doesn't fix it, then that's an issue to have down the line. You can't judge this guy on what somebody may or may not do later. So I would highly encourage you to grant this cup. This guy's doing good stuff and has agreed to follow all the rules. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No? Okay. All right. With that being said, and no additional comments from the council, we will vote on this next week. So thank you very much, Mr. Upward.
Thank you all very much. I thought church council meetings were tough. You guys are champs. Thank you all so much.
Okay, well, you take care. Have a good evening.
You too.
And then we'll move on to item B, which is discussion of an ARPA funding request from Amani Women's Center, $42,000 to provide COVID emergency assistance navigation services. Ms. Cowie.
Madam Mayor, the applicant is here if you have any additional questions, but the Amani Women's Center has a team of community ambassadors that help Clarkston families with COVID-19 emergency needs in the community. This team will assist with rental and utility assistance, including outreach events in collaboration with community partners. These events assist families with hygiene products, PPE, baby products, and food drives. Ms. Doris, I just lost you on the screen, is here if you have any additional questions. Oh, there she is.
Ms. Doris McCungu, how are you today?
I am well, Madam Mayor. I want to commend all of you for this collective stamina that I have seen this evening. It's amazing. I didn't think I would make it through till at this time, but yeah, I'm happy to be here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, did you have any questions for Doris and Amani Women's Center?
You had gotten us right when our stamina ran out.
So I think we're good with questions. Do we have any questions from the community?
I have a question, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank Doris. We had a presentation earlier, and I did express the fact that we needed services and we couldn't get them due to a situation. And I picked up my handy dandy mobile device and I called out to Amani Women's Center, me and Councilwoman Bell and Kim Alt, and we were able to get this young lady the assistance she needed, even in the midnight hour. So I want to thank Doris and Amani Women's Center for all of their efforts, everything they've offered Clarkston, and I'm motivated to see you continue to do great things here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Hood. You're on mute.
Thing and it doesn't do. Okay. I appreciate the services that you're proposing in our community. Have you thought about how the services that you're going to be providing will be reported from the standpoint of number of people that use that sort of thing?
Yes, and thank you for that question, Councilwoman Hood. We actually participated in the CARES Act before, so we have, reporting structures in place that we'll be using to provide the, numbers of clients that we see during the duration of time that we're applying for this funding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. And Doris, you have it where you can make sure in terms of Clarkston residents that you can make sure that you can account for them to get the services. Okay, I just want to make sure I ask the question.
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what the CARES Act thoroughly trained us on, how to make sure that we are, familiar with whom are the city of Clarkston residents are, and Clarkston, outskirts are. So yeah, we're familiar with what that looks like.
Okay. Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you. Hey, Doris. Thank you for all you do. But a couple points of clarity. The program will run from June to December. That's the time frame to render those services. Yep. Okay. Yes. And then this is the first time that you've ever come to the city that I know of, since I got elected the first time, for any support. Is that right?
No, this is the second time. So right in the height of the pandemic, we did apply for CARES Act funding in partnership with CDF. And so we did receive that funding to support childcare efforts. Yeah, so this is the second time.
Got it. Thanks, Doris.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Cowie, did we have any other public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have Mr. Brian Medford and we have Amy Medford.
Okay.
Yes.
Medford.
Just wanted to say this is an excellent thing to be brought before the city. Very excited to see it. The other day I noticed that they have recently moved down the street from me. Walking down there, saw the beautiful new sign out front for the center. So this is a great time for growth and opportunity for this group, and I absolutely full-heartedly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mrs. Medford.
As well, I was so excited to see the sign going down the street. I am thrilled with the growth that the Imani Women's Group has been able to get, and I'm just really excited for the great opportunities that they can provide, the services and the help that they can provide to those that need them in the community. And I really hope that the city will grant this request, and this could be a great partnership going forward of a way that they can serve the community and get support from the city and all of the things that they already do to serve the people. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? None. Thank you. And yes, I did do the shameless plug at the conference for you. So great. Okay. With that, I think this one can be a consent agenda. What do you guys think? Yeah, I need to see faces. Yes. Vice Mayor Yasu, can I see a face? Can I see a face? Okay, thank you. All right, we got one on the consent agenda. Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you, Doris. So with that,
thank you.
Believe it? Thank you. At the stroke of 12:03, we have the last item, which is going to take a while. I know. Discussion of ARPA funding allocation. Ms. Cowie, thank you for your stamina, council, and everybody else, and all this wonderful energy that you have had over the several hours that we've been on this call. So we appreciate you. But we're almost at the end of the road. Almost.
Madam Mayor, this is a discussion of the ARPA allocations. To date, the city of Clarkston has allocated over $2.2 million in ARPA funds to business assistance, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, according to cost, COVID-19 at-home test kits with supplemental cost coverages, food assistance, payroll, hazard pay allocations for 2022, health initiatives, communication and marketing, PPE, computer equipment technology, including a new open records request system, calisthenic and park equipment with upgrades, and a payment on a police vehicle. Assessing the needs of city administration for staffing with program initiatives. The following are requests for ARPA funding, a receptionist, the finance assistant, and a grant administrator. We have approved impending memorandums of understanding from Georgia State University, Fresh Harvest, Good Samaritan Lutheran Ministry, the CDF Story Walk, and the Burmese Rohingya community. Madam Mayor, we are open for discussion.
This, I want to make sure for clarity and making sure we all on the same page. We are just addressing the first 2.35 million. We will not receive the additional 2.35 million, 0.9 million until June. And then we
July.
will go ahead. July. Oh, it's July.
June, July, correct.
Okay. So then we'll go ahead and do a spreadsheet and everything to take care of that additional funding. So Councilman Carroll.
Yes, so I just had a question that I think you listed 5 MOUs that were approved or pending MOU. Is there anything action needed from the council to get those finalized, or is that just administrative that those will be done in the next month or two, hopefully?
That will be up to you to get those finalized with the pending memorandum of understanding. The rest of the MOU, 4 of the MOUs have been approved and funding has been dispersed with receipts. They've either allocated all of their money and reported back to the city, or they are still in process of assisting residents based on the services of their MOUs.
Okay, so you said 4, then I'm guessing Fresh Harvest is the 5th one that you said you think you need council action on.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Councilwoman Johnson.
I need money for food distribution.
I was waiting.
So I can wait until June, July, because I have enough for my June distribution. You can fix your face, City Manager Cowie. I got enough for June. So I just need you guys to be thinking about what we're gonna do for the remainder of the year. And
Type
that's
is
it.
very small. I copy Councilwoman Johnson, so I was my seasoned eye trying to focus on your amount.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Good with that. Any other questions?
Well, since we're not gonna address the elephant in the room, I will. Ms. Cowie, you made a comment that the Fresh Harvest MOU required council attention. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, Councilwoman, there is a memorandum of understanding outstanding from Fresh Harvest. The initial memorandum of understanding was approved by Mayor and City Council for it's under ARPA regulations, and ineligible use is to use funds for the purchase of a vehicle. Food distribution was a discussion during that meeting for the memorandum of understanding. and it was tasked to the city attorney and myself to review that MOU and work with Fresh Harvest to finalize that memorandum of understanding. The city attorney and myself, we have reviewed it and we have updated it based on our understanding and what we have as an eligible use for Fresh Harvest. And that has been sent to each and every one of you for your review.
Thank you.
Does anyone on the council have a problem with the Fresh Harvest MOU just being updated to say food distribution instead of vehicle? Because I think that the city attorney said that is a compliant use, although vehicle is not.
However, that's not what we gave them money for. They came to us with the active MOU for $40,000 for a truck. Once that use was established, I think that MOU went out the window. So they may need to update their MOU and present it to us. That's it. If that's what they want us to consider. Is that right?
That's what I'm saying. That has been presented. That has been emailed to the council. So that's what I'm saying. The updated MOU has been sent to the council. So that's why I just wanted to see if anyone had an issue with it.
Well, see, my problem with that is they didn't ask us for $40,000 for a food truck or food distribution. They wanted us to give them $40,000 for the truck to continue their food distribution. So now that we know we can't give them $40,000 for the truck, are we going to take it upon ourselves to figure out a way to give them $40,000, or are they going to come to us and say, can we get $40,000 for the food? Because I haven't heard them say that. They were adamant about the truck. If they need $40,000 for food, for the food to distribute, that's different. So we can let the city manager and the city attorney negotiate somebody's MOU, but they clearly came to council for $40,000 for a truck. So that's what I'm saying. Do we take it back to the drawing board or have them present something else? I didn't know how that worked. Stephen still on?
Mr. Quinn? Come on, get that stab in him, Mr. Quinn.
He's human. He's asleep.
He probably just walked away from the phone for a second.
And he probably just walked away.
It happens.
Okay.
Okay, well, Ms. Cowie, can somebody tell us what to do? Is it just a matter of, we did talk about it, we did, but that's not what they asked us for. That's not what the initial MOU was. When we sent you guys to the table to tweak that MOU, it wasn't for food distribution at all. It was for the purchase of a truck. So since we gave you guys full autonomy to the MOU, is that something you guys can just tweak, or do you still need us to agree upon it, giving them $40,000 for the food?
Hey, y'all, I'm here. Sorry.
Hey, Stephen, you're awake.
I'm awake. Yeah.
I've heard the discussion.
So, I mean, honestly, from the legal perspective, in my opinion, the distinction that we're talking about does not change. It doesn't need to be redone, in my opinion.
Okay.
You know, the thing to me, what's really critical for the city council to approve is basically the expenditure, and you know, to say that it's for either food distribution or the truck. I mean, it's just, in my opinion, those are similar enough. It's really up to the council. I mean, if y'all want to take it up again, you know, we're not gonna, Ms. Cowie and I are not gonna just go sign it now that we know that there's this issue, that the council's concerned. But, you know, for me, it would alleviate that
if y'all were to just say, okay, this is fine, turn it loose. Or if it would make the council more comfortable and you want to take a vote about it again, then that would of course be fine here.
Councilwoman Bell?
It's just a point of clarity. I wasn't here for that vote. I understand I got, bits and pieces over the last couple of months to me returning about the food truck. And so is it not correct that 4 out of the 7 of y'all voted in favor of this truck? 2 of them, 3 of them are not even, 2 of them are not even here for that. But I don't know that we should put that back on the agenda if it was already approved by majority of the council prior to. I think it diminishes trust within the city and for the government official. When you make a decision, you make a decision. Whether all of y'all voted for it or majority of y'all voted for it, I don't know that we should halt it just because there are a few people that still have questions, which I'm sure were addressed initially before y'all took the vote based off the videos that I watched. So those are my 2 cents on this matter, even though I didn't vote initially.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Yasu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm honestly, I'm trying to recall the subject of the discussion, and I agree with Councilmember Johnson that what was discussed at that time was clearly, to purchase a truck, and that was what came to the vote. And now I guess it's been changed to food for distribution. I mean, I'm of course, I like the idea of food distribution, and they said they want to get us discount, but they were indicating that the discounts would apply if they do get a new truck. So I'm really not sure. And it has happened in the past. I mean, things that were approved has to be reapproved, or it has to come sometime to the council for reapproval. So I am fine if the subject comes back again, but I also recall that that was a difference on the vote, and it was a tie vote, and it wasn't something that was unanimous. I'm not going to speak about majority minority, but it wasn't unanimous. So the fact that it wasn't unanimous vote, I think it says something that it wasn't supported by the entire council. I'm okay with either side, but I'm just trying to say that the fact that it wasn't unanimous. So, and I think the city attorney and city manager, they did good so far, that they are still waiting for guidance from the council. But the way it is right now, I'm concerned that that they cannot. I mean, the organization that applied, they also deserve to have a clear knowledge of what they're going to get, because if they were expecting money to buy a truck, and we're going to tell them, oh, we're going to give you money for food, I really am not sure how that's going to work. So instead, I think it could come up for more clarification and put it back on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilwoman Hopkins.
I just have to read over the revised contract. I do have to say, just at first blush, it does seem like it's a dramatically different change in language. I mean, we have residents going, well, where's our truck? There's supposed to be a truck. And now we're to can't say truck. We have to say food distribution. There's no truck. We didn't buy anybody a truck. So I want to just do a deep dive into that contract, and maybe it's, food distribution isn't near enough. I actually think that changing it that way would remove some of the objections I had with the original thing, which kind of covered why I voted against it in the first place, and that food distribution is a more reasonable use than buying somebody a tricked out truck. So I will look over that contract more carefully this week, and obviously we're going to talk about it next Tuesday. So we'll see what everybody thinks, if we're going to have to revote it or if it's close enough.
Okay. And Councilman Carroll.
One more thing, and then I'll let it go because I know it's late. But I have talked to Fresh Harvest. So basically what they're going to do is, previously they were going to provide all the food and then use our grant for the truck. But talk to them now, they said they're willing to instead just do the truck and essentially just use some of the $40,000 for the food instead. So they basically use their own money to buy the truck, the money they would have given to food instead, and then take our money for food. But if you think it'd be helpful, I'm sure someone from Fresh Harvest would come talk next Tuesday.
Okay. Any other comments from the council?
Did they ever get their 5013C status? Or we're just giving a business $40,000 for food distribution?
I don't know that they ever got the status, but it's basically going to the nonprofit branch of the business. Like they essentially have the money losing branch that is the food distribution. And that's what this would go to. It wouldn't go to the for-profit part.
Legally, it's all for-profit part. Like if they don't have
profit, but they have a branch that's, not making profit. By design.
A planned money loser, but I'm not sure the tax office sees it that way.
Right, and they probably would actually make more money if they could just count it as a nonprofit and kind of.
And with that food distribution being it's still 40,000.
Yeah, basically they would take the money
they're gonna get it
and buy the truck themselves, and then just use our 40,000 for food distribution. Is their plan.
That doesn't look good at all, but I get it. It doesn't look good. I'm just saying.
Why does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. If I ask you for $25 to buy a shoe, and then I take your $25 and buy a piece of bubble gum, it's like we couldn't get it this way, so we'll flip it and get it any way we can. That just doesn't look good. I don't have a problem with food distribution because I just ask for money myself, but they have you asked for the money for the truck. You were advised that the truck was not a acceptable use of the funds. So let's flip it any way I can get it. And it just doesn't send a good signal to anybody, but I'm willing to discuss. I'm just saying.
I think anyone knew back in December that the truck wasn't legal. I mean, I think we found that out after the vote. At least I didn't know. And I purposely did my best to, get legal counsel and figure it out. And I think we just got new guidance after December and the vote. So I don't think anyone went into it thinking we're going to do something illegal.
I do remember saying I don't want to go to jail.
I think some of us had a gut feeling. Yeah.
Come in your house.
I wasn't at that meeting. I missed that meeting.
Well, see, the thing was, Mr. Quinn and Ms. Cowie basically told us all that night that it was not a well, I keep saying permittable. It's not an acceptable use of the funds. We knew that night when we voted. And that's why some of us voted the way we voted, was because we heard what they said. So, yeah, okay. So we'll have this same MOU goes with Tuesday's meeting.
Yeah,
is that a yes?
We can have that vote. Yeah.
It's probably not going to make the consent agenda.
No, it's not going to make consent. So we'll have this. So from overall the ARPA funding, are we okay with what's allocated right now? Other than that part about the Fresh Heart.
I got a quick question.
Sure.
So I'm not exactly sure if this is the right venue to speak about it, but there is one project which is called the Story Walk that was approved by the council as well.
No, it wasn't approved by the council.
It was approved by the council.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. What happened was that was an MOU. There were 2 MOUs that were signed by the previous administration. And we found out about that, and that's when we brought that information to the council. So, but the MOU was signed before the council even seen.
No, yes, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is the city council did actually vote to put in the story walk boards. It was brought to the city council and we voted for it to put in those story walk boards.
I don't recall.
What do you know what meeting that was at?
Yeah.
I gotta go back, but I do remember that we did decide to actually to give the funding for those.
We had to because we had signed MOUs, but we didn't vote on anything, right? I remember that. We didn't vote on it, but we honored what was already in place is what we did. Right, Madam Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Vice Mayor Yasu, if you have it somewhere that we voted on it, I'm not sure exactly which meeting that was, but that was a signed MOU back at the end of August.
But
August 24th.
What I'm thinking is considering the fact that the equipment was already purchased based on that MOU, and I did think that we voted for it, but if we're not, well, forgive me on that. But what I'm trying to say is I know that this has been on hold. I just want to know if this is just a temporary thing and if we need to visit it back again or if we have to put it on the agenda again. I'm not sure, but I think that we are not going to return the equipment. So I would really love to know when we're going to install those.
I think, Vice Mayor, for clarification purposes, just like Councilwoman Johnson and Mayor Burks did state earlier, these were memorandum of understandings that were already signed and presented. When we discovered that these MOUs had been signed and allocated out of ARPA, we did present this information to you, the mayor and city council, that you can become aware of what had been signed and what funds had been allocated from to the ARPA allocation. Yes, there were 30 storyboards that were approved in this particular CDF in memorandum of understanding. There are 30 storyboards that were ordered. 4 have been installed at Friendship Forest. Actually, there was 30 installed at that location, and only 4 have been installed because we had become aware that not only the city had to assemble them, but we also had to install them as well. So that delays the purpose of our Public Works Department functioning and producing the work, their everyday work. So we actually installing them on a Friday when our Public Works Department had time down to assist with this project. Currently, again, 4 have been installed, and there was a concern about the number that was going to be installed at Friendship Forest. So that probably is the discussion that we need to have. The number that is to be installed, and maybe not the actual project being completed, because we have offered to assist, when we had available members to assemble and install those storyboards. I hope that
and the other piece of that is that if we even did the 15 or whatever was recommended, it's going to interfere with that memory bench that was supposed to be down there as well too. So, you know, I think that one of the council members had an issue with the fact that there were going to be so many aligned down that path that, you know, that was distracting or taken away from it being a forest, wildlife forest.
I definitely think we need to stop and take a look at that. I know there was an MOU in advance, but there might be, again, it's all in the details and the execution, and there might be a better way to do it than what's currently happening. Yeah, it would definitely take away, we couldn't have a memory bench, but you don't have much of a view. They're very sort of hard granite, industrial, sort of brutalist architecture in the middle of a forest. It seems a bit harsh.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Councilwoman Hood, and then Vice.
Yes, would like to get a copy of the MOU. And it sounds like other council members may need that as well. What have the signs been printed and delivered, and what is the topic?
They are a permanent granite structure with 2 square posts and then a granite sign. Looks like it might be on a swivel or something with an acrylic top that lifts up, and you would be able to change the story in it. So it's not like the story is not constant, but the fixture is, and it is a very modern, smooth stone fixture, and there's like 30 of them supposed to go all the way down that path down Friendship Forest.
Concept was to have different pages location of these storyboard locations. So by the time you finish through Friendship Forest, you could have completed a book.
And this relates to nature preserve in what manner?
And therein lies the problem. It does interfere with all of the other park signage and every other purpose of that park.
Thank you.
I just want to point out, Madam Mayor, that this is not a very new concept. This is the similar concepts has been utilized in different parks across the nation, and the idea is pretty much to have them with nature and to encourage people to walk with their children and read. And this is to help with early learning. This is not for adults, obviously, but this is pretty much to kind of get our kids to enjoy reading and to kind of play with nature at the same time. So it's not against the nature preserve. This is actually part of making children enjoy the nature preserve and read books. And I can send you guys some videos that are really amazing to see children reading these books in forests and parks in other cities. So I mean, I understand the way it was executed might not have been proper, but the idea is great, and please let us not deviate from the main message of those storyboards. The storyboards they could be utilized to teach younger kids to how to be, how to enjoy nature, and they'll be about birds, and they'll be about books. These books are donated to the city, and they will be changing every month. So there will be one book per month, and the city is not going to pay for the cost of these books. And there is partnership with the library. There's a partnership with other community partners on this. So please, and it's not going to be 30, by the way. It's going to be only 15 because each is going to hold 2 pages. Each board is going to hold 2 pages. That will make 30 pages. And the rest, they're going to be placed in storage. And in case they get damaged, they will be used as a replacement for those. So not all of them are not going to be assembled. I mean, they're not going to be installed at that place. Only half of them going to be installed.
Okay. Councilwoman Bell.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, the intent, but I think you got to be mindful. This is what always gets us, right? The intent is always pure. It's the execution. And I think with that, I don't mind it being a couple of books. I think 30 is excessive, my own personal opinion. I also think that we need to think innovatively around individuals and children that have disabilities. And I think that I need to see a plan. I need to know how this is going to be executed throughout. And by now, most of y'all know me. I need to see it somewhere so I know where we're going. So if somebody asks me why there's 15 books and how does it relate to Clarkston or developing a child's learning ability, then I will know. And I haven't seen any of that. So my initial thought is just to stall it until we have more information or some further notice.
Okay. Councilman Carroll.
This is a MOU that was previously signed and brought to your attention.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, my recollection is we didn't approve the MOU itself, but we did approve the general ARPA distributions. So we've approved this that has this MOU on it many times over the last, I forget if it's been 8 or 10 months, but in that range. I think it was signed around August, if that's correct. And we've approved it. It's not like anyone's objected to the spreadsheet in the last time. Many times we approved this basic spreadsheet.
Correct. And in that, correct.
And then the other thing I would say is, if you're concerned about implementation, I think the person to reach out to is probably Roberta. I've worked with her a long time. I found her to be extremely reasonable, easy to deal with. So, I think a productive thing to do maybe to talk to her and return, her calls or emails and say, hey, if we could do a slightly different number, maybe we could implement it slightly differently. But I think that may be a productive way forward.
I got another question.
Okay. Yeah,
was this
go ahead.
discussed at the task force meeting, Jamie?
What's that?
Was this discussed at the education task force meeting? This idea of 30 installation?
30 is, I'm pretty sure 30 is not the right number. I think it's
30 pages, guys. It's not 30 stories. It's 30 pages. It's going to be 1 story per month.
Right.
And it's got 30 pages. So each is going to have 2 pages. So it's basically, instead of flipping, they will go to the next storyboard, and it goes like it's 1 book, and it has 30 pages in 15 boards, basically.
Yeah, 50. That's what I thought. 15 boards with 30 pages. So it's not really 30 different things. But yes, this was discussed at the Learning Task Force.
Okay, well, it might be a good idea so that everybody's on the same page that she bring it before us. I mean, at another council meeting or something, so everybody's clear, because everybody might have not had the opportunity to go to the education task force. And if I recall correctly, I would just say that it is not 30 pages, but it is 15. It is 1 page. There are 2 pages on. Hold on. Okay, instead of flipping, they're gonna be on 2 different markers, or they're gonna be side by side. Is that what he said, Jamie?
One storyboard, and just think of a square, for a paving square. And it will be 2 pages. It's 2 poled acrylic, like Councilwoman Johnson, we were trying to explain. We can't explain it. You actually have to see it, and I can send that picture to you, what was ordered. And it's under acrylic clear space where you could read 2 pages of a book. By the time you walk through the forest, Friendship Forest, you would have completed that book for that period of time. And then she switches it out again and give you another book to read for this period of time until you read a different book. I'll just say every month or every 2 weeks or whenever they decide to go out and change the story. It's a story walk.
I think it should just came and just presented to us, and we have a clarification on what is trying to be executed, and then we could agree to disagree. But that hasn't been done. So I think that's the step that's missing. That's just my opinion.
Technically, it has been done based on the MOU. It came in to review the MOU. It has been done, but it's now we're, just like you said, we're at implementation stage that they actually see them erected and now understand the full concept of how they are placed in the forest. In Friendship Forest, I won't say it.
I'm sure we'll in next week and talk about it.
Yes, Councilwoman Hood and Councilwoman Hopkins.
Thank you. Yes. The funding has been approved. The signs are here. Who gets to say where they go in Friendship Forest? If they have to go in Friendship Forest, a wildlife refuge, then I would like I think it would be appropriate for council to have some input into where they go in Friendship Forest. Is that at all possible? Or does
that's what you can have that?
Because when you look at what needs to be at Friendship Forest to support its use, we need wildlife identification signs so that people understand the benefit of wetlands, etc. We also need a sign that says what you can and cannot do there. And then we're going to have 15 more signs. So we're talking about a lot of signage in something that isn't designed to have a lot of signage. So the placement of it, the placement of those 15 signs in any park would be important, but in a wildlife sanctuary, it is especially important. So, you know, it's going to make a difference in the perception that visitors who are looking for an experience in a passive experience in a nature area, it's going to affect the whole purpose of Friendship Forest if they are not appropriately placed so that they don't overwhelm the intent. I happen to think the idea is a lovely idea. I think the location of it is quite a question. And just for my 2 cents worth, I wish the city had litigated that MOU that was signed without approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Hopkins.
I think that Councilwoman Hood might be onto something there, because in Friendship Forest, you can't see them now because they've been a little blocked, but there are actually several separate trails that go off that main road. And I know there's one that goes up behind where that, I don't know, the graveyard at the bottom by the wetlands where all of the granite curbing got dumped. That is actually blocking some of the trails, the previous trails that were back there. And so it might be possible to actually create different experiences for different people within Friendship Forest and have like a children's trail, use one of those trails specifically for children's stories and maybe other forms of art or sculpture, a children's garden or something that way, more focused on young people, and have the other trails developed in a more natural way. So it's not everybody's being subjected to this, because yes, kids are going to have no interest whatsoever, most of them, in signage on what kind of plants or flowers or seagrasses are growing there. That's going to go right over their head. But a lot of adults are not going to really enjoy the storyboards either. And we don't need them all right there on the main road. So yeah, I think choosing more carefully the plan for the park. If we're gonna have a children's storyboard, it doesn't have to be on the main road. So I think we could take another look at that.
Okay, thank you. And Vice Mayor Yasu.
I just want to quickly say the reason that they're placed by the path is for the same reason that it's basically, you know, like the name says, it has to be a place where people can walk, especially children can walk from one place to another place. And the path was the ideal one because it is easy for parents and children to walk as they go down towards the main park part and to the wetlands section. So that's the main reason it was selected, I would assume. But I think it's okay if we say we can start some of the pages in this part of the thing, but maybe put them in the other side. But either way, it's still going to be in the same place. It's going to be in the same park. So I think that would not be a big deal. But I think the idea is, let's see how this, and I have a good feeling that once it is really complete and we have children using it, I'm pretty sure we will say, oh, I'm glad we did it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, if you look at that entire that spreadsheet, are you okay with, other than the items that we discussed in a little more detail?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, because I was going to ask clarification. The last column is the fund allocated amounts that have not been spent, but you will see under the total allocations amount as of April the 1st, 2022, you will see the allocation of remaining funding that will be voted by a project that you will all agree on or like to allocate. That one, it's 139,192 that still has not been allocated. Just wanted to make that point to you as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So anybody else have any other comments about the allocation? Okay. Vice Mayor Yasu, do you? Oh, okay. All right. Do we have public comment?
Oh, he put it back.
He put it back? Okay. All right.
Oh, no.
No, it's gone.
I apologize. I was trying to move it.
Oh, no problem. We just making sure we're okay. And then, did we have community? Mr. and Mrs. Mefford. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Mefford, go ahead.
So this is where we are, 12:47 at night. Reading this agenda item, I waited to see what was going to happen, and it looks like y'all forgot to discuss what's actually in the need impact statement for this agenda item, which is the funding for a receptionist, a finance assistant, and a grant administrator. This purpose of the agenda item was to discuss allocating ARPA funds, and to read the need impact statement, the main understanding of what this agenda item was supposed to be about is receptionist, finance assistant, grant administrator. The way it's listed underneath, approved pending MOUs. Okay, we already know those are established at. Y'all pulled a bait and switch. The agenda item here was a great way to finally bring back up the discussion of the Fresh Harvest food truck. Since you couldn't stick it in at the last minute in the last meeting, and even though they tried to ditch it in the December meeting using breaking Robert's Rules of Orders and other ways to try to keep it from being discussed, here we are now at midnight, post that, with no one else to know what's going on about this discussion, although trust me, they're going to find out. To see the fervor and the just energy put into killing that discussion item is impressive. I know that nobody thought it would come down to being passed in December, Ahmed threw it for a curveball, but hey, look, you got a favorable council now, so you can kill it next week, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be killed next week. What message does that send to anyone else who wants to possibly partner with the business in the city, or for anything else? If the council changes, here's what it's going to mean. If you better not bring anything before the council in December on election year, because what's going to happen is the next council is just going to kill it and swap it for what they're own, for what they want. This has been one of the most despicable processes I've seen in the city in a long time. These are some of the things that I remember y'all, some of these people sitting up here accusing Ted and other people of doing. It's being done right now. And the work that went behind the scenes between December meeting and now, I bet was impressive. And it's going to work. It's going to work. So bravo. It's sickening, frankly. And I really am disappointed in seeing how this has all turned out. But congratulations. Good night.
Ms. Mep.
Yes.
Ms. Mep.
So this is terrible. You guys should not have done this. You did. You waited till the last agenda item. You pulled a bait and switch to talk about Fresh Harvest. What's worse is this went before council. It was voted on and should have been handed out. I'm not sorry. It's too late and I'm not even going to try. I'm not sorry it didn't go your way. Put your big girl panties on, suck it up, and move on. That's why it's a vote. That's why it's a democracy. That's why there's more than 3 of you up there, so that there can be a discussion and votes happen. And sometimes you lose and then you move on. You don't hold it up so everybody else has to come to your way. That's not democracy. That's not how this is supposed to work. They're getting a food truck for the sole purpose of food distribution. Quinn is right. This is a teeny tiny error that can be fixed in just a phrase that doesn't have to come to council. Correction. Quinn never said this was illegal in his previous December meetings. There was no advising not to do this. However, there was a lot of discussion of how I don't want to, and I quote, Quinn might say it's legal, but I just don't agree with that because I think it's wrong. Well, guess what? It's perfectly legal. Quinn even said that you don't have to take this to council because it only takes a small word change that doesn't affect the overall document. So this isn't even about the legality of it. It's because you lost your vote, you're mad, you're throwing a tantrum to get it your way. For God's sakes, please get this over, pass it, and give them the MOU that you had voted on that they should have. Which, by the way, since you didn't even bring them into the conversations previously to now, I can't believe you were even doing this in good faith or honesty. Like, nothing about this is okay. You've become the very thing you complained about for previous councils. I hope you guys are okay with that. And it does look really bad for every other business going to do work with the city. It says that the council can't be trusted. MOUs cannot be counted on. Partnerships cannot be trusted. So, you're right. You guys get it. You pitched your tantrum. It's going to go the other way. But now you show everybody that the city can't be trusted. So your win has cost the city as a whole a great deal.
Okay. Was it? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
Who else?
No, I said there are no additional speakers.
There are no additional speakers. Okay. No, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I think I am gonna say it. I voted for this. And to be very clear, concern was about the language, okay? And so the concern was that once it was very clear that a vehicle was not an acceptable use, then that was something we could not have in the language for the MOU. It wasn't a bait and switch. It wasn't anything like that. And so I voted for this. So I'm making sure that the people who didn't vote for it are not being put on the hook for it. They had their decision on why they did it. Okay. So if anybody here, I voted for this. But we got to make sure we do it right. And so making sure whatever contracts we have, that's important that we do it right, period. And if we have to come back and bring it to the council, then we have to do that. Now, it came up as a discussion as part of the allocation, but it came up as a discussion. Have we voted on it? No, we haven't voted on it. If we need to have Fresh Harvest to come and talk about it again, fine, we will do that. But I want to make sure that it's very clear. People voted on it, had different sides, but at the end of the day, what we have to make sure is the documents that we have in place are the correct documents for the city. Period. Period. It's not I get something or somebody else gets something. It's what we're doing right for the city and making sure that we have the right documents for the city. And so that's the most important thing that we have to make sure that we do. And I don't want it to be a us versus them. It's for the city, period. So with that being said, are there any other comments? Is there anything else? And we're going to do right by whatever we have to do, but we're going to make sure whatever we do is right. So with that being said, I will entertain an adjournment for this meeting. Unless you want to stay till 1.
Move that we adjourn.
All right. Is there a second? All right. All in favor say aye. Motion passed. All right. Okay. Motion passed. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.